All right. Looks like we had a successful update. Can you see and hear me, everybody? Let me know in the chat if we are going. No indication yet. Shoot. I don't know if it worked. Excellent. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. We are once again streaming live from the Emergency Fossil Excavation Site in St. George, Utah. And as you can see, there's some rock sawing going on behind me, hence all this dust. We'll go check in on that in a second. Welcome. And Jude, I wanted to talk to you too, actually, if you don't mind. We've got a bunch of people watching live right now.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I didn't think I caught your name.
I'm Alan Crawford.
Alan Crawford. Danny Anduza. Good to meet you.
Danny Severn, I actually need your card, Danny.
Yeah, I think I'm all out right now, but I can get some in my tent in a few minutes.
I saw you found your YouTube site.
Oh, excellent.
The other day,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Fascinating stuff.
Thank you.
I
appreciate
just love what you've done. The site down here, all the other sites around
it's a real privilege to be able to do this. I'm very lucky.
Yeah, really, you are.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah. What are you up to here?
So I'm a geologist.
Nice, yeah. I heard you talking some geology earlier. I'm like, this guy knows his stuff.
A good friend of mine, I was in grad school with, and Utah, actually. From Archie Chan.
Oh, okay,
and
yeah.
So,
I've heard the name.
So I'm in Canyon, looking at the Navajo, and looking at some of the lava flows, which are really fascinating.
Very cool, yeah.
Yeah, because what happened was you've got these lava flows, the cinder cones sitting at the top of the canyon, they erupted, and this stuff just flows right down the canyon.
Right.
And you've got these huge outcrops. They were islands in the lava.
Cool.
It was so cool, because she's done a lot of work in there, and she goes, you got to come over here and work on a documentary.
Nice, okay.
She said, it's a travesty.
It's frustrating, to say the least, what's going on here,
we're a world-class paleontological
It's
site.
incredible,
this is the youngest formation sitting on top of the Triassic, right?
Yep.
Huge, what's the word I'm looking for?
The mass extinction event?
Mass extinction event. Huge at the end of the Triassic, most of the dinosaurs die out. 80% of the things in the ocean.
Yep.
When life starts to come back.
It's a recovery fauna, like we've been talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you have this chance to look at from right on top of the Triassic up through this early Jurassic stuff. As the dinosaurs really
starting to take over the earth.
Losing it.
Yeah.
So it's a real shame. So we're trying to document some of that.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do too. Trying to
terrific.
gain attention, get people to volunteer, donate, whatever we can do.
Right. No, it's terrific.
Yeah. We've actually got a few people here on the crew who are here because of the live streams, which is like that blew my mind when I heard about that.
Tremendous.
It's
all the articles.
Yeah.
I guess PBS.
Yeah. Andrew had an interview with them this morning, so
that's tremendous.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully that's I don't know. Hopefully somebody in the city changes their mind about destroying this site. We'll have to see. But
2 weeks. Not much time for them to do it.
Not long at all. But we're holding out hope.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah. So you're just walking around shooting footage and stuff.
So do an interview with Andrew to have him talk about what's going on here. We'll probably try to get the head paleontologist for the state of Utah.
Jim Kirkland, He was out here just a few weeks ago,
We'll go up and interview him and talk to him about what we're losing by losing a site like this. Because even if we lose this site, we don't want the same thing to happen to other sites around the world.
Yeah.
I mean, this almost should be a World Heritage.
It really should be. Like, this is a site on par with like Dinosaur National Monument or something like that.
Right.
Extraordinarily important. And think about how much tourist money this could bring to St. George if this is really developed in the proper way. You know?
And to put a power station here.
Yeah. It's like bulldozing the Sistine Chapel to put up a parking lot.
To put a parking lot. That's exactly right. And the people that live behind here aren't exactly thrilled about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's kind of like, what are you doing? Seriously, you couldn't find any place else in the city to do this? You couldn't have moved it that way.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, a few 100 feet.
Exactly. Yeah, that's already been excavated over there. That's already knocked down.
It's already knocked down. So why couldn't we do that?
Yeah.
So I just don't get it.
Yeah.
But, and we will document it.
Yeah.
And
we're salvaging what we can here, you know.
Yeah, no, they're doing.
While we can. Job.
They really are.
Yeah.
So. And of course, the museum over here is just absolutely unbelievable.
It's amazing. Yeah. Yeah.
And thank God for people like Dr. Johnson.
Mm-hmm. Who donated the land here.
Donated the land and said, hey, you know, look at what we've got. This has got to be preserved.
That's what put St. George on the map for people like me. Like, I wouldn't have come to St. George if it weren't for the museum here and these fossil sites.
It really is.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a world-class spot, and it's a shame that the city's trying to throw part of it away, you know? Anyway.
While you are talking to those folks, how about if you talk to me as well?
Yeah, sure that I'm still connected here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
For anybody just joining us, we've got 126 people watching right now.
Wow, that is amazing.
Well, that's just the beginning. We'll have a lot more later.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to stick...
mic me up,
just mic on you.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just going to stick that down so we don't have that sticking in there. Mm-hmm. And I want your back to the wind.
Sure, yeah.
So we got...
if you want, I could even put this rig down and just kind of point it at me while we're talking.
It's fine holding.
Okay. Is this too, let's see, too in the way right now, the cable?
No, it's good.
Okay. The mic isn't going to be too scratchy or anything?
Nope,
it looks good? Okay. Right. Excellent, yeah.
Tell me who you are.
Yeah, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist from the San Francisco Bay Area. And I'm here in St. George, Utah, trying to help promote the project here, trying to get people excited, get people to volunteer or donate or support us in any way that we can. And I'm trying to help out with excavations too, when I'm not live on camera like I am right now.
And what are you doing live on camera, Danny?
This is actually...
Explain this to me.
This is actually what I do full time. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist. Do I look at you or do I look at the camera? Sorry.
Look at me, that's fine.
Okay, yeah. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living as a paleontologist. So jobs are pretty scarce in fossil science. And I've been able to carve out a niche for myself doing live streams on a platform called Twitch, which is well known for like video game live streams, but I found it's a phenomenal medium for doing science outreach. So I'm talking to people who be interested in science. And so it's the opposite of preaching to the choir, reaching totally new people, and it's been wonderful. I've been making enough money to support myself and to go out and do things like this, live stream field work, live stream laboratory work. Yeah, so my background is in dinosaur paleontology. So I did a lot of work up in Montana, Montana State University, Museum of the Rockies, lots of field work, lab work, publishing papers, that kind of thing.
So I assume you have a degree in geology?
I don't actually. So I wasn't able to finish it. I could never...
Interesting.
I couldn't afford it in the long run. Trying to work one semester and then go to school one semester, it was just, I was spinning my wheels at a certain point and decided I'm just going to jump into doing the work full time and try and make a living through other means, and I've been very lucky, you know?
So have you looked at kind of funding for this kind of stuff, things like that, and... to go too much into politics, but what's going on today with the funding situation for this kind of work?
It's difficult. Like, for the sciences across the board, especially in the US right now, it's really difficult. I've had a lot of friends who have lost their jobs in the past few months. It's distressing, to say the least. But it's been really wonderful to see the level of support that we've gotten from the community here, and even viewers of my live streams. Some of them have actually come out here. They've driven out or flown out here to be able to help out. People have been donating, and it's a ray of hope in an otherwise dire situation overall, I would say.
So why should we care? Who cares about some 200 million year old dinosaurs?
Well, I think, to use this site as an example, if we as human beings are interested in long-term survival as a species, it might help to know why species go extinct in the first place. It might help to know why do we have mass extinction events that occur. If we don't have that kind of perspective that comes from paleontology, how could we avoid that fate for ourselves, you know? This is vital information on like an existential level. It might seem arcane looking at 200 million year old fossils, but it's absolutely pertinent to our long-term survival as a species to know why we have these mass die-offs that happen periodically throughout Earth history.
So what happened at the end of the Triassic? Why are we seeing this? Why do we have that die-off?
That's a great question. I think there's still a lot of work being done on this, but we know that there were climatic changes that were happening at the time, kind of like what we're seeing today on our planet. So it's directly relevant to what's going on now. But yeah, the details of that, and who are the survivors, who are the victims, what's the pattern, a lot of this stuff is still really mysterious. And so in order to be able to understand that, we need to be able to do this kind of fine-scale work, collecting specimens here, and like discovering those patterns. It might seem a little bit tedious, it might seem a little bit arcane, but this is how science works, bit by little bit. It's a very collaborative process, and it takes a while, but that's how we get good information. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was Brian?
You. Alan.
I'm sorry, Alan.
No.
Yeah, there's so many names that I've been,
Yeah. Tell you what, let me give you one of my cards.
Yeah, thank you.
And you can send me...
I can give you a QR code if you want to find the Paleontologizing Twitch channel. But just with the... here, what the card is anyway. I don't have my number or anything on it. There's the QR code right there if you want to scan it. Thank you, Alan. Oops. If that works.
Oops. That's what I wanted. Come back here.
Yeah. It's funny, I got that same kind of phone case in my pocket.
Yeah.
That's the wallet phone case. It's a useful thing.
They're wonderful.
Only have to remember one.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And when I beat my phone and I find it again. So.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So, terrific.
Yeah. So great talking to you, Alan. Here until I think Saturday around midday. Then I'll be driving back home.
Nice.
I think I might.
We are. Let me.
Nice.
Get rid of that. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So
great to meet you.
So how long are you gonna be here today?
Today for till the end of the day through Saturday it looks like. Saturday
so how long's your
midday.
typical broadcast?
I'll be going until probably about 6 p.m. today, something like that. Yeah.
And you get people to watch you that long?
It's amazing, right? Yeah.
It's kind of like watching paint. Oh, no. Watching
Hopefully
golf.
it's...
No. This is exciting stuff.
I appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah, so we'll be walking around talking to folks, looking at the new fossils that are being uncovered, doing a lot of Q&A with the audience, all that. I try to make it as interactive as possible.
Oh, that's tremendous.
So I can look at the chat on my phone. That's why I've got the phone strapped to my wrist. So people are talking in real time.
That's great.
Yeah, it fosters a real kind of like interactivity that you don't get with like a pre-recorded YouTube video or something.
Yeah, you really don't.
Yeah. So
So how many followers have you got?
About 30,000 now at this point.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's not too shabby,
No kidding.
Yeah. We're really trying to like grow science on Twitch right now because it's, like I said, primarily known for video games.
Yeah.
So but yeah, there's a number of other scientists that I'm friends with on there, and we're all just trying to kind of grow that educational content and make Twitch about more than just games.
I'll steal my microphone back.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No.
I can't really see.
We got it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Alan.
It's great.
Fun talking to you. Yeah.
Really fun.
Yeah, so your background is in geology?
Yeah, I'm PhD in geology.
Nice, okay.
So my specialty is ancient reef sequences.
Oh, interesting.
So there are people like this that study muds and things like that.
Of course.
So my friends would go down to the Mississippi Delta and slog through waist deep mud.
And that sedimentality,
the sulfide smells. Well, you go there. I'm going to the Belize.
Yeah,
and
nice.
So we go to Belize, the Bahamas.
Very cool.
I actually worked for an oil company, something I wouldn't do today. And,
I know what you mean.
It was a great company I worked for. And
hopefully they paid you well,
And really fun science.
Nice, yeah.
And we actually taught classes down in Belize. Dissertation area was in West Texas and the Guadalupe. So we'd take people there.
Nice.
It was really fun.
Cool. Modern reefs, or do you like Mesozoic ones, rudist reefs?
So my specialty was Permian.
Oh, nice.
Permian reef complex.
So Permian reefs, those weren't rudist reefs. They were something earlier. Sponges. Interesting.
Cretaceous were rudists.
But
yeah, so Carlsbad Caverns. Is the area that's just to the north of the Guadalupe. And there's a reef that literally ringed the entire Permian Basin. And say 80 million years old.
Yeah.
And the basin was about 2,000 feet deep.
Wow.
So you had this reef sitting up here, and it just sloped all the way down into the deep water.
Very cool.
And then it all came to the end with the Permian extinction. It's just like the end of the Triassic and into the Permian. We had something very similar.
So were those sponge reefs as diverse in their fauna as all the other critters living there?
Yeah, incredibly diverse.
Because I've read that rudist reefs weren't particularly productive like that. Like they were almost not quite a marine desert, but just not as as prolific as like today's coral reefs.
Yeah, the sponge, you had bryozoans, we had brachiopods, we had all the different types of crinoids, sea pens, things like that. A lot of the stuff that we see today in the modern, and the sponges are still important even in modern reefs. Yeah. The glass sponges, not so much.
I've heard of those, yeah.
Not so much the soft ones, but the glass ones. And the Permian Reef Complex, the preservation is just unbelievable.
Very cool.
So there's a museum in Midland.
Okay, Midland, Texas,
Permian Reef Museum.
Nice.
It's got this diorama.
I'll have to check that out sometime. I've not spent a lot of time in Texas, but maybe this fall I might be going there. We'll see. So I'll have to see if I can stop by the museum.
Yeah, that's very cool. All right.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate your time.
Later.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Thanks. All right. Thank you for your patience, Chet.
That was one more question.
Oh, yeah, please, yeah.
So, just hold that. So, what's the most interesting thing you've learned so far?
The most interesting, put me on the spot. Let's see here. I think learning about this turnover from the Triassic to the Jurassic has been really interesting. Just learning about how the fauna changed, how the flora changed, and just how much of this is still unknown at this point. Like, we're doing groundbreaking work here, no pun intended. But I don't know, you go and you read about some of the foundational work that was done on different time periods over the past couple hundred years, and you think about how exciting it must have been to be able to do that. We're getting to do that right here, right now. And that's pretty thrilling to be kind of on that frontier.
Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you,
Thanks.
Alan.
Oh, no, thank you. That's great.
Yeah. When do you think your documentary is going to be done? And where can we find it? Let's do a plug, actually, if you want to.
Right now, we're not sure. One of the things that St. George has got is a really nice little film festival.
Oh, interesting.
This time of year, actually, there's an art festival Easter weekend. So, festival is a 4-day film festival. So this would be appropriate.
That would be really cool
for that.
Yeah.
But the other thing that it kind of depends on. Your audience may disagree, but a lot of the straight paleontology stuff is.
I can see it a little bit. I don't know, staid, arcane, whatever you want to say. Yeah.
Those are your words, not mine.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you say those things.
Technical, we'll say.
Technical, right. Yeah. So not the most exciting. It doesn't have you on the edge of your seat most of the time.
Sure. Yeah.
But what should have people on the edge of the seats is the travesty of losing this site. And so if we can get people to say, just as you've said, this is such an important site. It's literally one of the kind in the world. And because it's this transition, this recovery, we have no opportunity really anywhere else in the world to look at this early Jurassic recovery. So if we can get people like our state paleontologists, some of those people say, hey, here's what we've lost. Don't let it happen again.
Yeah, a cautionary tale.
The cautionary tale. And I think that's the power of this story, I think.
I agree.
Is in addition to the science, which is incredibly important, but it's the
human side of it is like, that's without fail, that'll be interesting to other human beings.
Yeah,
the human part side of the story.
How did we let it happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, how did we get to the point where a world-class site was lost?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe 100 years from now it'll come back when they tear this stupid power station down. But I mean, it's still going to be here, hopefully. But
if they don't bulldoze too much of it,
bulldoze the thing. Yeah. So, anyway.
Yeah.
But so that's the plan.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
To see what we can put together, and if it depends on the interest, we'll usually kind of go to some of the film festivals.
Nice.
Like
okay.
that.
Yeah. So. Maybe later on it'll be available.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, we've done some other stuff on.
Nice.
Things like that. So we've put those out to film festivals, stuff like that.
Yeah.
all the stuff that's going on. Wildfire, the Tahoe area,
oh, yeah.
the Truckee area.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so, the fire danger that we've some work in some of these little communities like Greenville that were destroyed by the fires. What do we do to present it? Yeah. We have to. I make fun of Trump here. It's kind of, we have to rake our forests. Well, in a way we do.
Sort of,
right?
yeah.
We sort of do. You have to go in.
Yeah.
And it's so fascinating because John Muir talked about being in the Sierras, and he talked about being able to drive a wagon between the trees.
Yeah.
And today, you go into the unmanaged
everything's
forest,
so overgrown.
and you can't walk through it, much less drive a wagon through it.
Yeah.
So, that's where we're headed with those kinds of things. So that again,
dense,
thinking about where we put stuff out.
Yeah.
It's the film festivals, things like that.
Nice.
That are environmentally oriented.
Yeah.
That hopefully get people like those in your audience.
Yeah.
Enthused about. Hey, here's something I can get behind. Here's something I need to do.
Yeah.
Here's something that's in my power to make a difference with. So.
It's important work. Thank you, Alan. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for doing what you do.
Okay. Talk to you later.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Very cool. Welcome everybody. Let me just do a quick station break if anybody's just come in here. I was just talking to Alan there, who's shooting footage for a documentary about what's going on here. And if you're asking yourself what is going on here, let me explain to you. I'm here in the middle of St. George, Utah, and this literally is the middle of St. George, Utah. You can hear a siren. There's a police truck going by. It's one of the main roads here. Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum just across the street. There's Taco Bell, where I had lunch today. There's a middle school, housing development. We're in the middle of this town right here. And it's an incredible fossil site. That museum there is built over this world-class dinosaur track site. Not just the tracks, footprints of dinosaurs, but also ancient crocodile relatives. The traces left by fish as they're swimming through the water and, leaving trails on the muddy bottom, stuff like that. Fossil plants leaving their, plant material and, marks in the mud from moving with the current. All kinds of stuff like that. Everything that tells a story about what Earth was like 200 million years ago when these rocks were being formed. Here, across the street from that museum, is a continuation of some of those same rock beds there. This whole area is just chock full of incredible fossils. Footprints and swim traces, the marks left on the lake floor by dinosaurs as they're swimming along, and their toes are kind of scraping the bottom. We've got tons and tons of fossil fishes, which you're going to see a bunch of today. We've got fossil plants. We've got all kinds of cool things here. The reason why I'm here streaming today, and the reason why we have all these volunteers here, is because, unfortunately, even though this land is owned by the city of St. George, and it belongs to the city because it was basically, as I understand it, given to the city in order to protect these fossils, the city has decided that they want to build an electrical power station here, and this site is slated to be bulldozed. We've got until the end of the month, we're told, in order to be able to salvage whatever we can from here before this is all destroyed. So we're going to walk around today. We're going to be talking to some of the paleontologists and volunteers and museum folks here, and just figuring out what's what. So welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Welcome to St. George, Utah. And we absolutely need more volunteers. Undisclosed Base Frog, yes. We're even going to meet a volunteer who just showed up this morning who's a member of this community. He found out about this through Paleontologizing Screams in the first place. So we'll go to Mark in a little bit. But yeah, I'm glad you're here. And I apologize for not being super responsive to chat while I was talking with Alan there. But yeah. And who would I contact to join in and help? Asked Undisclosed Space Frog. We'll go talk to her in a minute. I think I saw Jaleesa here earlier. But yeah, email deputycurator@utah.dinosaurs.org, or type in the ! volunteer command, I think. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. Or it might be St. George volunteer. There it is. Well, that's one of them, yeah. TMK says if they had never started building here, they would never... Not how this was found, TMK, no. The construction has not begun. We knew that this is a fossil site for about 20 years at this point. Yeah. That excavator there is helping us out. That's not part of the electrical substation project. I think it might be Randy Johnson driving that, and he has volunteered his time and his equipment to be able to help us out. He's on our side. Anyway, let's go take a walk around and talk to some folks, and we'll figure this out. Yeah, and there you go. Thank you, Lenina. St. George volunteer. That's the one. Yeah, Jaleesa is the woman to contact about this. She's the person to get in touch with if you want to volunteer. Yeah. So email Jaleesa, deputycurator at utah-dinosaurs.org. There we go. Oh, and excellent. Alan is talking to Andrew over there right now. Hopefully getting some good footage. I see him pointing. That's a good sign. Andrew had an interview with Utah PBS this morning. He thought it was going to go for about half an hour. Ended up being about 3 hours. Hopefully that's a good sign. But yeah, whatever we can do to help get the word out about this, we're trying to do it. Yeah. And Randy Johnson, the race car driver? No, even better, Pimpcat. Randy Johnson. Yeah. So, we've got a bunch of volunteers, some familiar faces, and some new folks here today, too. All these good people are here helping out however they can as we try and collect whatever fossils we can before it's too late. Ooh, nice trench here. Is this what Andrew was doing earlier?
Yes.
Nice, yeah. Yep. I saw the dust flying around, but I wasn't really focused. I was trying to pay attention to this while he was starting. Very nice.
Look at these little cross sections. You can actually see the ripple marks.
Oh, very cool.
Right?
Yeah.
They're really cool. They're really, really pretty.
Nice. I wonder how much time is represented by each of those layers. It could be
so hard to say.
Yeah. Could be anything from like a day to years, potentially.
Right? They're so pretty.
Look
at that. Oh, look at that one.
Very nice.
That's a really gorgeous one.
And it's only because of the rocks, though, that we can get that kind of perspective. Yeah. That clean cut like that. That's really nice. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah. How you doing, Mrs. Ferguson?
Doing good.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
we cleared out the trench and we put a little bit more glue, and the next step is to put the toilet paper on.
Nice.
So.
Yeah. Probably a semi-anodid fish in here again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see some of the scales right there. And it looks like we got some glue on it too.
Yep.
Nice.
Glue on this side and then glue on that. It's all underneath.
That's awesome. Nice work.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right. And I've been showing off these visual aids a lot over the past few days, but show it again. That kind of fish there. These guys, a semi-anodid fish. These cool armored fishes. They have these kind of enamel-covered bony scales all over their bodies. Kind of a light armor. And, yeah. These guys are extinct now. There's no more of them. Their closest living relatives would be things like gar. The lepisosteid fishes. Who also have these armored bony scales. Yeah. But we've got 3 or maybe 4 new species of these guys here in the quarry, we think. Brand new to science. Undescribed. You know, never been named before, never been discovered, presumably. And so it's important stuff, you know? This is what we're trying to save here. Yeah. And then we got, our weird long guy from earlier. Really nice picture on this, wow. This must have been while I was getting lunch there. Right. Yeah, nice work. Yeah, and this guy over here is brand new today, by the way. This little guy. I'm not going to be able to pick up the teeth on camera, I don't think, because they're too small.
I might be able to help you out. Here I go.
Yeah? Oh, you got a picture?
I got the lens.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know if it'll work or not, but we can try.
Experimentation is what we love.
Paleonescoid, right?
Yeah, the Paleonescoid.
Very cool. I don't even have a picture of one of those guys. They're.
I can get one in my book here. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Hannah. Shoot. Nice.
Is it coming through?
I don't know. I don't really have a way of telling. So cross your fingers that it works. I'll move the camera around, and hopefully we get lucky with one of these little angles. But yeah, awesome.
But you can see
yeah,
a little bit of teeth right in there, I think. That's where the teeth are.
Nice.
So
very cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if we have any named Paleonescoid fishes from here, so that's probably a brand new species too. Really exciting. And then this weird long guy, still don't know what's going on with that.
Just 2 to 3 times the size of every other fish I've seen since I've been here.
Yeah, that's bonkers. Just weird.
He's winning the fishing tournament right now.
Nice work, Trevor. Oh, very nice. Yeah. The weird how the eye is so close to the front of the head.
They'll also, their faces, they get trapped in these like permanent smiles almost. They're really funny looking.
Very cheerful.
Paleonescoids are actually named yet because we just have so few of them.
Nice.
So maybe this will help us out.
You just discovered a new species. I mean, how often do you get to say that? Yeah.
Check that one off the bucket list.
Yeah. Very, very cool.
Dang.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. Thanks.
The book for a
Yeah,
second.
here.
Is this in the museum?
Yes, it is.
That is the book to get for this site. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. You can get Andrew to sign it too if you ask nicely.
Yeah. There you go.
That's what I did a few weeks ago.
I already got one of the author signatures. I have to get Andrew's still.
But yeah. And how many new species have been found there so far? Asked Gamers Tavern Show. Most of these critters are going to be new. So we've got 3, maybe 4 different semi-anodid fishes that might be brand new species. We have every indication that they are so far. We'll see. A lot of these things are really difficult to tell until they actually get cleaned in the lab. But anyway, the dinosaurs that we have here have not been named. So if we can find good enough material, we might be able to actually publish on them, name them. There's at least 2 different kinds of dinosaur here, possibly 3, possibly more than that. We've got some coelacanths here, these very cool lobe-finned fishes. Show you a picture. There we go. So something kind of like this, but we might have as many as 2 or 3 different kinds of coelacanth here, and at least 2 of them would be new, if there are indeed 3. We've also got lung. 2 different species of these guys, if our interpretations are correct so far, and those to be new. And then it looks like maybe 2 species of hibernant shark as well, and at least one of those is going to be new. So yeah, not to mention the plants, which have not been named, and who knows what else we're going to find in here. We're really, really hoping that we find some more dinosaur material. If we found a pterosaur here, that would be one of the first ones from this time period in North America. That would be incredible, and it would definitely be a new species, a new genus. We're really hoping we find some, maybe a turtle or something like that. That would be phenomenal. That would maybe be the oldest turtle from North America. We think they're around at this time, but they've been elusive so far. And, you know, with every shovelful of matrix that we move, with every rock that we turn over, there's a chance you might knock into something like that. You never know what you're going to encounter when you're in the field. It's one of the reasons why it's so exciting. And the schnoz on that coelacanth, yeah, toy insurance. Yes, indeed. That's a representation of Chinlia right there. It's from the late Triassic period of North America. It's got quite the snoot on it. Different from today's. But our coelacanths here might be, but we've been finding tantalizing pieces of them, so that's pretty exciting. Yeah. You can see Jeff is up at the top of the hill there doing some geologizing. So we'll go talk to Jeff later. That's Jeff Martz from Texas Tech, I believe. He's the curator of paleontology there. And he's been particularly interested in the stratigraphy here, trying to figure out what's going on in the rock layers, trying to figure out how this environment is changing. Yeah. And speaking of environment, we've got lake here, which has been christened Ancient Lake Whitmore. There we go. So when I say lake, you know, like a smallish. This is not quite like that. This is almost like an inland sea. It's sort of like the Great Lakes in the upper Midwest nowadays. So here is a paleo map. So this is a reconstruction of basically what Lake Whitmore would have looked like. This is on a statewide scale. So here's Utah, Arizona, Nevada. Lake Whitmore would have been huge. So freshwater lake here, 200 million years ago. And in it you have all these different fishes. And you have dinosaurs swimming around, stomping around on the banks, doing their dinosaur thing. The meat-eating dinosaurs are probably drawn here by trying to eat them, and we know that they were eating them because we have teeth from that clearly show wear patterns. They were punching through those armored scales of those semi-anodid fishes. So it's really cool stuff. And so far, most of the dinosaur material that we have from here is not teeth or body fossils, but what we call ichnofossils, traces. The evidence that dinosaurs left behind during their lives, things like footprints. And we've got a bunch of those collected up here. So on these rocks, these are big blocky mudstones like this. We've got some dinosaur footprints. I'll see if I can find some particularly photogenic ones for you. Where those go? Here's one right here. You know, it's cloudy right now, so we don't really have stark shadows or anything. It's not the best conditions for looking at tracks, but we're going to do it anyway. Here's a footprint right here. There's the heel right there at the back of the foot. 1 toe, 2 toes, 3 toes. So this is upside down. So as the dinosaur is stepping down into the mud, its foot is going like that and leaving this impression. So you're looking at what we would call like a positive trace here. But this is upside down. If that makes sense. Yeah. We've got tracks of dinosaurs walking around on the banks of this lake along the shoreline, but we also have evidence of dinosaurs swimming along and leaving what we call swim traces here. So, as in this illustration here, there we are. We've got a smallish meat-eating dinosaur that's walked down off the shore of the lake and is swimming through. And dinosaurs like this were very lightweight. Just like modern birds, theropods like this had hollow bones. They had air sacs and hollows running through their whole bodies, and so they would have, they would have floated pretty well, pretty buoyant in the water. And so as these guys are floating, they're kind of kicking along with their feet on the bottom and leaving these scrape marks there like you see in the illustration. And here's one in real life. There's 1 toe, 2 toes, 3 toes going down into the mud like that. We've got some other trace. Let's see. I'm gonna find some more of these swim tracks. There's another one right there. That's a middle toe, the longest one. Along just scraping the bottom. And they're really these together when you've got like a whole trail of footprints, a trackway, guys walking along on dry land, and then they get into the water and you can see where they start swimming, which is incredible. You know, to have a trackway like that that really tells you a story. It's pretty special, you know? How many places in the world can you see that? Not very many. It's one of the reasons why this site is so special, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And TMK says, do you take pictures so we can see them better? You should check out the VOD when I was doing a tour of the museum, because there's some lighting in there that really kind of shows them off. It's got some good, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Anyway. And that is a growliter track. Yes, indeed, Snowy the Velociraptor. Oh, you changed your name. Nice. Snowy. Okay. Cool. But yeah. And Morcara says that paleo art makes it look very cute. It does. Yeah. I love how there's kind of a consistent look, consistent coloring to the different dinosaurs, whether it's a painting or a physical model. The color patterns, they tried to kind of keep them consistent across different. So this is a dinosaur similar to like Megapnosaurus, a coelophysoid dinosaur, little meat eater. And it's that sort of dinosaur, we think, that was leaving these kinds of traces, what we call growlater. There we go. So of the meat-eating dinosaur footprint types that we have around here, these are the two main ones. Growlater and Eubrontes. Growlater on the right, Eubrontes on the left. They're labeled, obviously. Growlater is probably a small meat-eating dinosaur. Eubrontes is bigger, maybe like Dilophosaurus, something like that. Beefier, too. So you see kind of an outline of the footprints, but also whoever put together this diagram, sorry, I don't have an image credit, we've got the outlines of the toe bones as well. So we're trying to kind of unite the track to the track maker with this illustration. Show you where those toe bones would be. Yeah. And glad to see the IRL games. Welcome back, it's good to have you here. Yeah. And largest, best collection of dinosaurs from tracks? Exactly, Snowy, yeah. This is an incredible spot. Again, the museum is just across the street over there. And that's built over a track site. So those tracks have been in the ground for 200 million years, and they haven't had to move. The building was built on top of them, like a big shell. And some of these same layers extend across the road over here. Pretty awesome. Yeah. So beneath this, what we call the fish bed over here, we've got another track site. So there's multiple layers recording the, the comings and goings of these dinosaurs as they're walking around leaving footprints. It's pretty awesome. And do most dinosaur prints look identical though? No, Pimpcat. That's one of the really interesting things, is that once you really start studying the tracks, you can tell individual dinosaurs apart, even of the same species. Not but have like injuries. And that's recorded in the trackways. It's recorded in the foot. I like to use is, think about when you go into the city and you see pigeons walking around. Sometimes they've got injured feet. They might be missing a toe, or the toes splay in a weird way or something like that. It was the same way with theropod dinosaurs, where some of them this guy, his toe bends a weird direction, and that's reflected in the footprints. So it tells you something about that animal that you wouldn't have known otherwise, It's a glimpse into this is what it was doing that day, and these are the tracks that it's leaving. This is how fast it's, how closely or far away the tracks are spaced, tells you the speed. The size of the tracks tells you roughly the size of the animal. Look at the orientation of the digits and be able to say, oh shoot, this guy's got an injury. It's really, really interesting stuff. Yeah, forensic paleontology, there you go, Squibbles, yeah. Now, Pimpcat says, is this museum still going to be there? Yes, the museum is now moving. It's this fossil site across the street. We've known about this for about this particular site. It was only in the last couple months that the city decided that they want to knock it, they want to bulldoze it and build a power station here. Does that make sense? So this is what we're trying to save. We're trying to get as many fossils out as we can. before the city knocks it down, and we're still holding out hope that the city decides to change their plans, you know? We're trying to remain optimistic about this. They gave us until April, the end of the month. It's 2 weeks away. Then we've got, unless, you know, some people change their minds. It would be wonderful to have this site working in perpetuity. You know, if we could have this be the sort of place where people could visit year after year, people could volunteer here and collect fossils for the museum, see what it's like to do paleontology. I mean, many of you here in chat, I'm sure, would love to be able to do that. That's one of the reasons why I'm here, trying to communicate this idea. And that, hey, if they preserve this site, if they decide to build somewhere else, this could be a major tourist draw, you know? If we're able to expand the museum's operation over here, turn this into like a regular thing, not just an emergency dig, but be able to work at a more leisurely pace, you know? Families could come here year after year, bring their kids, dig up dinosaur tracks, dig up fossil fishes. They'd be bringing money into the community too if they're traveling from elsewhere, you know? You know what I mean? So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And in Beauplay Photos says, in the U.S. are fossils property of the landowners on which they are found, or it belongs federally to the U.S.? It depends what kind of land. So, in the United States, if it's private landowners can do whatever they want with the fossils. They can sell them, they can keep them, they can grind them up into fertilizer. I know people who have done that. If it's on state land, then state laws apply. Different states have different laws. U.S. at 50 states, 50 different legal environments. Federal, different protections for different kinds of fossils. If they're vertebrate fossils, fossils of animals with bones, then they're generally protected. They belong in a museum. On city-owned land, I think it's up to the city. It seems to be the case here. It's not like we have a set of laws that's consistent across the U.S. or something. It's a, you know, and that can be really frustrating and really confusing in the system, but that's the way that it is, you know? Yeah. And Nelf says it could be a great place for local schools and kids to learn and hunt for fossils. Yeah, imagine that if the state of Utah partnered with the city of St. George, like the statewide curriculum for, say, 5th graders. It's like, yeah, if you're a 5th grader in the state of Utah, you get to come down here in 5th grade and spend a day digging for fossils. Learning what it's like to be a paleontologist, learning what it's like to do science. Think about how cool that would be, and think about how that could contribute to, you know, Utah producing new generations of scientists. I was talking with somebody about this recently. When you actually do like a survey of students who are interested in paleontology, and you ask them, what got you interested in fossils in the first place? It's largely two things. It's either movies like Jurassic Park or Jurassic World, and national parks, fossil sites, museums. Incredibly influential. These are inspiring for people to be able to visit and fossils in the ground, and maybe even help excavate them. It kind of touches you in an interesting way. It's like, wow, this is real. There's an immediacy to it that's hard to ignore. It's kind of magical in a way. Not to be too corny about it, but it is kind of magical. That's what we're trying to preserve here, you know? that makes sense. Let me get some water over here. Yeah. Glue to use on fossils. Ooh, let's go take a look at some of that glue after I drink some water. Mix those two activities up. Denver Fowler has a funny story about that. About a colleague accidentally taking a giant swig of fossil glue down his gullet at one point. Don't keep your fossil glue in a Nalgene bottle. All right. Let's go see if we can find some of that glue. The kind that we're using here is called, I think Paraloid B72. So it's a kind of polyvinyl acetate glue that, it's basically a very specific kind of plastic that's dissolved in acetone. Acetone is like nail polish remover. So you take these little plastic beads of the glue pellets, you dissolve them in acetone, mix it all up, get a nice consistent kind of, mixture, and then you apply it to the fossils. So let's see. Oh, we're already putting some separator on. Nice. Yeah, I know, right? Saw Hannah do this yesterday. Yeah. Found some fossil glue. Andrew's probably got some over there, right?
Oh yeah, so yeah, the paraloid should all be on the table.
Awesome, thanks Hannah. Cool. Yeah, we'll go check out some of that glue here. And then we'll come back and, and we've got somebody I want you to meet, chat, in a little bit, if that's okay. Yeah? Awesome, cool. Got a special treat today. Yeah. Very cool. And any updates on that long fish? It continues to be long, Chag Money. They're actually going to be putting separator on that right now, so we'll see if we can catch that before it's completely obscured. But yeah. So here we go. Here's Boss Man's table over here. There's curator Andrew Milner there.
How you doing, Danny?
Doing well. Yeah. Having a good day so far?
Yeah, it's been busy.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was telling everybody about your interview with PBS. Yeah. That's exciting.
And then there's another PBS interview going on right now. I don't know if it's the same or a different thing.
Right now?
Yeah, over at the museum.
Oh, at the museum.
There's another one going
on. Are they going to be coming back over here?
I don't. Call me if they need me, but I'm kind of hoping that I don't get
I wouldn't mind being on camera again, but I kind of have to, you know? Yeah. We just got a question about the glue that we use here, though.
Okay.
So, this is what, Paraloid B72?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's about a 5% solution.
5% solution.
Yeah,
so 5% plastic dissolved in 95% acetone.
Yes, exactly.
Nice. Yeah. So there it is, and then we've usually got a little eyedropper.
That's actually the details on the bottom.
Oh, there we go. With the material safety data sheet and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. War. Sure. You know, that's the good stuff.
Do not drink.
Yeah.
I run somebody that accidentally, it was in like an algae bottle, and they...
I was just telling this story.
Oh, you just told that, yeah.
It was,
They killed themselves.
Oh, no, this is different. This was, Denver Fowler told me this story. I think it's okay that I share this. He was up in the San Juan Basin with Bob Sullivan. Oh. They were like looking for ankylosaurs and stuff. And then they were out prospecting. And then Denver sees Bob Sullivan just like shouting and waving his arms up at the top of a cliff.
Oh no.
And Denver's like, oh boy, he must have found something really good. So he runs up to him and he's like, Bob, what'd you find? And Bob's like, ugh, just drag some glue. Because he had it in an Nalgene right next to his water Nalgene.
Did he go to the hospital?
I think he spat it out.
Okay. So you got it out just in... So,
I think so, yeah. But
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. So don't keep your fossil glue in an Nalgene. That's
and try to keep
moral of the
everything
story.
well labeled. You can see we've got a couple of bottles here that are not labeled, but that's just rut.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we did have paraloid on the. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Important stuff. Yeah. Thanks,
no
Andrew.
worries.
Yeah. Let's go see if we can catch the weird longfish too before it gets completely covered up. And let's see. All chemicals labeled, please. It says action stack. Yeah, that's sometimes that's a tall order, but yeah. Anyway, we'll go see if we can catch that fish, and then.
How you doing today? Yes. So.
That way, up there on the hill.
That's Andrew. You're welcome.
Ontogeny.
Mostly obscured at this point, but here's our mystery longfish, which will remain mysterious until it gets prepped in the lab.
See the ghost of the Paleoniscoid.
Everybody earlier. Little burial shroud for him there. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
We're a little unorthodox in our application right now, but we're getting through it.
He's thinking to himself, after 200 million years, the best you can do for me is toilet paper? Really?
I'm trying. At least it's not one ply.
Right.
That's funny, Mike. Right? And then it doesn't even get to stay dead. We're going to move it and take it into the museum.
Gonna give him a makeover. It'll be fantastic. Okay, one on over there.
So we're applying toilet paper to a fossil that's part of the. So in order to make a protective field jacket and get the fossil safely out of the ground without it crumbling, first you apply a layer of separator like this in order to protect the fossil from the next layers that go on, which are burlap soaked in plaster of Paris. When it hardens, it forms this nice protective shell, almost a cocoon, around the whole thing. And then, yeah, you see one of those here in progress. So this is just a thin layer of... No, we've actually got proper burlap on here. Nice.
That's my baby.
That's your baby? Yeah, nice. So yeah, the top side is protected, and then we trench around it, kind of dig underneath a little bit, flip it over. That's what you see right here. This is one that's been flipped, so it's currently upside down. And then we put another layer, what we call a bottom layer on this, and then it's ready to take laboratory. So the reason why we put so much, if you just try and yank it out of the ground without doing this, it'll crumble into a zillion pieces. And B, we want it to be shelf stable for a long time. A lot of these things will have to stay there in the lab or in storage for months or maybe years, decades in some cases. And we want to make sure that everything is kind of held together nice and solid so that, when we do have the wherewithal to open it up and clean it and study it, it's still intact. That's the point. Yeah.
So did you hear him talking about the rain today?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, a little rain this afternoon.
Okay.
What does rain do to our fossils?
Oh. Especially in mudstone like this, yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden they're going to finish up there.
Yeah.
Andrew was over here and they're going, yeah. Mm-hmm. She said, well, maybe we'll cast it tomorrow. Oh no.
No, that's a priority, especially since we've got potentially 2 new species right there in the same jacket. Yeah. How often do you get that?
Yes, absolutely gorgeous. It really is.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah.
So it definitely has gotten more overcast in the past hour, and it does look like that could drop some rain.
It's like 80% chance of rain.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're gonna get some water.
Yeah.
Which we need just.
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, at some point I might put the camera down and help with some jacketing or something because it might be all hands on. See. Worst case scenario, we can also take one of these shade tarps, set it back up, and then just have that shield us from the rain for. That's not a permanent solution. That's just like a temporary from falling directly onto the fossils. So yeah.
Hey, I assume you've talked to Andrew about kind of what's going to here.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that this morning.
Yeah, pretty
like
interesting.
There's potential big plans.
And so if anybody out there has got a lot of money,
oh yeah,
$1 million or $2 million would be nice.
Oh yeah, yeah.
10 or 20
to get us started. Yeah.
But that's Andrew's hope is that kind of this publicity and stuff from this will really help.
Could build some momentum,
because they got the museum now and they want to build a new one.
Yeah. So.
And on this hillside right across.
So many more fossils, more tracks up there. We were walking all around there this morning, right after sunrise.
Oh, very cool.
And just looking at all these different tracks, looking at the lithology, the stratigraphy there. There's an incredible number of fossil footprints over there. And then along the road cut, he's like, yeah, there's bones all over the place through here too. Just fragments sticking out. So we've got trace fossils and body fossils, just like we have at this site. So we were talking about how this could be, a site on par with Dinosaur National Monument. There every year. Well, if we could have that for St. George, that would be wonderful.
The other one is...
Yep, yeah.
I mean, think of the
which is in the middle of the city.
Which is in the middle of the city, a beautiful park.
Yeah.
If you've not been to La Brea Tar Pits,
it's incredible.
It's an amazing place to go. Literally natural. Leaping out of the ground. And these animals, not woolly mammoths, the saber-tooth tigers.
There's woolly mammoths there too. And Colombian mammoths,
got stuck in the mud.
Are there woolly mammoths? Maybe not woolly mammoths, I forget.
The saber-tooth tigers are the
Smilodon,
right,
dire wolves.
The dire wolves, yep.
Yeah.
Which they're rebreeding now, maybe, maybe.
It's been way overhyped. Don't get me started on that. Oh boy, we were talking about this last week on stream.
Oh, is that right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
Lots of discussion about that.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. But anyway, La Brea is amazing. I did a live stream from there back in September.
Oh.
And that was it was wonderful.
Yeah.
Just incredible site.
The museum by any chance?
Is that Emily Lindsay?
Laura?
No, I didn't meet her. No.
Yeah.
But I used to work with Emily Lindsay, who works on sloths there.
Right.
She was at Berkeley at the same time that I was when I was in high school.
All
right. Yeah.
Very cool.
I'm gonna go back this year. An official tour. It was kind of a fly-by-night thing this past year. So.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Anyway, thanks, son.
Smilodon itself, I mean, most of the, called the Machaerodonts, they weren't really that large. There was also another group of them called the Barbarophilids.
Maybe we'll check in with...
the Machaerodontids, right?
Maybe we'll check in with Jeff over here. Are you getting audio of them, Alan? Should I pipe down for a little while? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Did you get the leaf blower over here? Got some clean surfaces?
Cleaned it up, got some good pictures, and just looked at the stratigraphy a little bit just for my own interest.
Nice. Anything new jumping out? Actually, I should just ask you, since chat wasn't here earlier, what's going on here and why is it important to look at these layers like this?
So by looking at changes in the sediment layers, we can kind of understand how the environment is changing, and that gives us clues as to the type of environment, first of all, these animals are inhabiting, and secondly, how that environment might have been changing over time.
Yeah.
So for example, the gray bed at the bottom here where all the fish are coming out, that's a greenish, distinctive light greenish gray color with lots of fine layers, and that combination of features usually indicates like some kind of aquatic environment like a lake or a pond, which isn't surprising because it's full of fish.
Right.
But you get up into this stuff that's more of a reddish brown color, and where you also see greenish modeling, where like it's patchy red and green colors, and those are kind of suggestive of soil forming happen when you got ground level, which is exposed, and you've got things like plants growing on the surface, and you've got a possibly fluctuating water table sometimes where the water's coming up and going down. And also you've got some like coarser grained layers. So whereas the fish layer is very silty and muddy, you got some greenish layers in here that are a little sandy and even gravelly.
Yeah.
And those suggest that maybe you've got like slightly higher energy events because in quiet water, mud and silt just kind of gently settle at the bottom. But if you have like a flood from like a river flooding in, or possibly a river washing sediment into the lake, you could deposit these coarser sediments. Those indicate slightly higher energy conditions. And there's a few layers like that. And then in all cases, they go from like sand and gravel, and then they get finer grain going up. So it's like there's a real rapid pulse of high energy with water washing in, and then it quiets out again, and stuff settles to the bottom. And then eventually you start getting these soils forming at the top.
Nice.
So it's kind of like you go from being just this big body of water, and then over time it gets a little more complex, where sometimes it's maybe a little bit pondy and stuff's washing in and you got quiet water conditions, but other times it's totally filled in and you got plants growing on the surface.
Right.
So we seem to be going from more of a lake condition to more of a terrestrial or more complex situation, where we're going from kind of wet and pondy to colonized by plants.
Yeah, really cool. It's awesome how the geology can just tell a story like this. Learn how to read the rocks and, figure out what was going on 200 million years ago. It's kind of incredible.
It's also important because, you tend to find different fossils.
Stick that in there with you. Well, we might as well do double duty.
Yeah.
And it's also interesting to look at the rocks because, you often find different types of fossils preserved in different sedimentary environments. So these very fine-grained bluish-gray stuff, you can find fish. I could also imagine the potential for finding like plants and even bugs and stuff that looks like this, although that's a lot less common. But like this kind of stuff where you get a lot of evidence of soil development, you're usually not going to get very delicate things like that preserved. I wouldn't expect to find like leaf fossils in these reddish beds, but you could find bones, which tend to be a little bit more durable.
Gotcha.
And in fact, this is where this level here is where most of the dinosaur stuff that's been found. So those big teeth and the few bones they found come from here. So understanding the changes in the layers is also very important for understanding why you get fossils, certain types of fossils in some layers and different types of fossils in other layers.
Right. It can kind of be predictive in that sense too, where if you're looking for a certain kind of fossil,
you're
probably not going to find it up here if it's something really delicate.
I definitely would not look for plants in this. And could find some fish, I guess, if this is getting flooded.
So what are you looking for in here?
Mostly the dinosaur. This is where most of the dinosaur stuff has come out of. So dinosaur material, can be found. Since it's bone and teeth, they tend to be a little bit more durable than these very delicate fish or certainly plant fossils or insect fossils, which usually require very quiet, what we call reducing conditions, right? And that's what often causes this blue-gray color, is if you get kind of an oxygen-deprived environment, like at the bottom of a pond, where you don't get good circulation, that slows down decay, and that encourages the preservation of stuff like soft tissues. You can get like plant leaves, you can get like sometimes insects. An insect fossil, layers that produce like insect fossils and things like spiders and things like that, those are extremely rare. And in fact, we don't really have any good sites like that in the western United States from the Triassic and Jurassic at all. There's a couple sites over in the eastern United States, especially one particular locality in Virginia called the Solite Quarry. And so nearly everything we know about what insect and invertebrate and spiders and all that stuff was like during the Triassic and Jurassic comes from like that one quarry.
From that one site.
A couple other insect sites.
So what was the depositional environment here, do you think?
This could have been like a floodplain. So the modeling kind of indicates that you have like plants growing and other soil forming processes. So basically this is what you could get when you basically finish filling in your lake and you had plants moving in and colonizing it. So the fact that you have these kind of coarser grained layers, so like there's layers of sand and gravel, those suggest that occasionally you have some kind of flooding event washing in coarser stuff, and that's probably coming from rivers. So you probably have rivers flowing through the area at the time that this lake is being deposited, and that's probably what's depositing a lot of these sediments and also what's causing the lake to kind of get filled in. So that's usually that's a pretty typical pattern with lake sediments over time, is they tend to fill up. And of course that's a big problem with like artificial reservoirs. You dam up a river to form a lake, and basically the water is still flowing in the lake. It brings mud and silt, and over time it fills up. And
it turns into a meadow.
Yeah, you either got to dredge it or you got to basically abandon it. But in nature, lakes do the same thing. They fill up over time, and they go from being completely aquatic to completely terrestrial.
So you probably already did this, but who is this guy?
Want to introduce yourself?
So I'm Jeff Martz. I'm the curator of paleontology at the Museum of Texas Tech University, and I never comb my hair. At least not when I'm out in the field. I mostly work on Triassic fossils, so mostly stuff that's slightly older than this. The Triassic period is kind of the real beginning of the age of dinosaurs. It's a really bizarre period of kind of evolutionary experimentation where you get like the first dinosaurs and the first of a lot of other modern day groups like frogs and turtles and lizards and things like that show up in the Triassic. But then at the end of the Triassic, there's another big extinction that kills off a lot of those strange animals. And when you get into the Jurassic period, like we are now, you end up with sort of more modernized ecosystem because you've eliminated.
I'm gonna. Sure.
Thanks. We get some good audio. This is great stuff.
Yeah. So let's just stick the rest of that wire into your shirt.
So hope you're enjoying this, everybody. But we'll get back to that in a little bit. And check separator all over jumbo fish here.
Right, go ahead.
Nice.
I'll say, so let's start with the top of the Triassic.
Okay. So the Triassic period is the first period of the Mesozoic era, which is the age of dinosaurs. And the Triassic and the Mesozoic come right after what is called the Permian extinction, which is the biggest extinction in the history of life, that actually almost completely eradicates life on Earth. And there are several of those throughout Earth history, but whenever you get a big extinction like that, what happens almost immediately afterwards is that whatever animals and plants manage to survive undergo this big evolutionary explosion, and all these new species appear. And that's exactly what happens in the Triassic. There's a huge diversification with all these new animal groups, which include familiar things to us today like frogs and turtles and lizards. Also the first dinosaurs show up, but also a lot of very strange animals, like weird things that are absolutely nothing like anything we have around today. And then the Triassic is interesting in that it also ends with a mass extinction. So it's basically sandwiched between two big extinctions, one which drives a big evolutionary explosion, and then another one that kills off a lot of all those new species that evolved. And so the Triassic really is kind of this really weird period of time with all these very bizarre animals that are restricted to the Triassic and a handful of modern ones. And so when you get to the Jurassic, those are basically the survivors, and that is a much more modernized ecosystem, because all those groups that we have around the day that appeared in the Triassic, like turtles and salamanders and lizards and dinosaurs like that, they're the survivors, and a lot of those weird experiments go extinct, and so things are basically more modern in the Jurassic.
Wait a minute, you just said that what, like modern things like dinosaurs?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, okay. So maybe not modern to us, but certainly like
the birds.
Yeah, okay. Eventually the birds would be part of that range.
Oh, okay, all right.
So in that sense, yeah. But certainly the small animals, so like if you were to walk around in like the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, certainly the big animals are very different than we have today, but the small animal fauna would look pretty familiar to you for the most part. You'd have, lizards, frogs, snakes, salamanders, well, not snakes in the tilted Cretaceous, but yeah, a lot of very familiar small things running around, including little rodent-looking mammals, which are, very common at the time.
So why is this particular site important from an evolutionary perspective?
So this site is really neat because basically this unit we're in is called the Moenami Formation, and this immediately follows after the Triassic extinction. So this is basically the fauna that recovers from that Triassic extinction. So it's the beginning, you might say it's the beginning of the real age of dinosaurs, which is when dinosaurs are truly dominating ecosystems worldwide, instead of just being like one of many other groups of weird animals walking around like they were in the Triassic. By the time you get to the Jurassic, they're really in charge. So all the big animals you would see walking around in the Jurassic period here would be dinosaurs for the most part. And so this is really the beginning of sort of the what we might call a more modernized Mesozoic ecosystem. And this particular site is pretty low in the Jurassic, so this is really not too long after the Triassic extinction. And there's very few places in the world that record a fossil record this rich from that age. There's only a handful of places around the world from that particular time period. Maybe South Africa, maybe China, a couple other places. But this particular site is really unique because, well, maybe not unique, but unusual certainly, in that it has a whole variety of stuff. So you got plants, you've got even some invertebrate traces like burrows and stuff like that. Got the potential for small animals, little crocodile relatives, maybe even mammals could turn up at some point. There's all kinds of stuff they could be finding if they really have the time to go through it slowly and just very carefully excavate and look for those. So this site could give us a lot of information about what the recovery from the Triassic extinction was like, and basically how that dinosaur dominated slightly more modernized ecosystem came to be. So very, very, very important site. It's pretty exciting to get to work here and do some excavating here.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Good material.
Yeah.
This is great.
Thanks. I'm Alan Crawford.
Jeff Martz, how are you?
Jeff, I'm sure you know Margie Chan. I was one of Margie's classmates.
Oh, okay.
Back in grad school.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So you're shooting for TV?
Actually, it was Margie, and she got us.
We'll go look at some other stuff right now. Yeah, because we already heard Alan talk about this stuff, but really great. Yeah, holy cow. Before I forget, I feel like he's been waiting for a while now, very patiently. We're going to talk to a new addition to the crew today. Those of you who have watched, who've been part of this community for a while, watched these streams before, You've heard the name John Ostrom probably many times. If you know much at all about biology, the name John Ostrom is going to be very familiar to you. Kind of think of him almost as the father of modern dinosaur paleontology, kind of the driving force initially behind the dinosaur renaissance of the latter part of the 20th century. John Ostrom, discoverer of Deinonychus, proponent of the idea that dinosaurs were warm-blooded, that they were active, social, intelligent animals, and that they didn't go extinct, that birds are living dinosaurs. John Ostrom was a champion of all those ideas, things that today we take for granted. He was kind of a pioneer in those modes of thought. His nephew is here today right now. Mark?
Always wanted to. My uncle John Ostrom, who discovered the Deinonychus, and I did find that picture. I don't know.
Oh, excellent! Yeah, fantastic.
You guys can see it, but
I'm sure we can pick it up. Yeah.
I don't know. There's my uncle John.
Yeah,
This is at the Yale Peabody Museum.
Yeah.
His twins, and that's my father. So.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So.
Holy cow! Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and Mark was telling me that. Well, how did you find out about this site?
I was watching your YouTube channel, and I saw that you were at St. George, and my daughter goes to college here.
Nice.
So I'm like, hey, I know that place. I gotta come here. And,
that's awesome.
And so here I am. So.
Pretty darn cool, and that warms my heart. I mean, this is exactly what I was trying to do with helping promote the project here and coming here and live streaming and all of that, and I don't know, it makes me feel really, really good, like I'm making a difference. So
yeah, I'm glad I was able to do that. And,
yeah.
I've never done this before, but I did find a few things.
Oh, nice. Let's take a look.
Some fish scales.
Yeah. Oh, very nice. Yeah.
And some coprolite. Is that what?
Coprolites.
Coprolites.
Yeah, or coprolites.
Coprolites. Okay.
Either potato, tomato.
Yeah,
you know.
tomato. So I don't know. I think there's some things in there, but maybe not.
Yeah. That's good stuff. You're finding stuff right away. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And this upper layer is not particularly productive, so it's nice that you're finding things on the first day. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Let's see. So, and people in the chat are very excited. Yeah. Oh, and Jim Kirkland is there in the chat too.
Oh, awesome.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim. I've been wanting to meet you because I know you knew my uncle. So.
Yeah. Awesome. Jim's told me plenty of stories about John Ostrom. So yeah. You know what a legend he was in the field.
You could tell me all stories about him because, I was really young, so. There's a lot that I don't remember, so I just remember getting stories from you, and I would be amazing. So
yeah, awesome.
So.
Very cool, very cool. Do you have any particular memories or anything? You said that he would give you tours of the Peabody Museum at Yale.
I would go to the Peabody Museum, like when I was 10 or 11, I think, when the Deinonychus exhibit first opened at the Peabody Museum, and he did a presentation there, and he took us in the back, and that's what that picture was from.
Very cool.
And I remember he'd come over to our place and visit us, and I remember him going to like an ice skating show that me and my brother were in, and different things like that. Just different memories of him coming to visit, and I have a bunch of autographed books that he would give to us, like from Uncle John and things like that. And
that's so cool.
So I was really into dinosaurs because of my uncle.
Yeah.
I loved Deinonychus and Dimetrodon. Those are two of my favorite dinosaurs as a kid.
Very nice. Yeah. Your uncle would be proud.
Oh yeah.
Can I shake your hand?
Definitely.
Thanks for coming out and helping us. This is a big deal. So appreciate it. It's a big deal to fly across the country and hang out with a bunch of strangers and everything. But I hope you're having a good time.
Glad I was able to be here.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. Thanks, Mark.
Great. Thank you.
Very cool. We're getting some enthusiasm for Dimetrodon in the chat too. who, as we know, is not actually a dinosaur, but, you know, very cool synapsid mammal relative. Dimetrodon is a pretty charismatic animal.
Right? I was like, that's really short.
Let's see. Trek Nerd says you reach more corners of the world than you think. Apparently, yeah. It's, I think, our 3rd or 4th crew member who showed up here because they found out about the project through these streams. So that's a good feeling. Yeah. And we've got some. Go in pursuit. Yeah. There we go. Let's put this somewhere where it won't blow away. Yeah. And mammal-like reptile, says Ken. Ken, you know that phrase sets me off. They're not reptiles. Anyway, hang on. You got something on your face, chat. Here. There we go. Bowplay Photo says, I'm watching this stream from 9,300 plus miles away. Wow. 9,000 miles away. You like in Australia, maybe? Wild guess? Yeah. Jody Fish says that sky looks unhappy. Yeah, it's a little overcast, but I don't know if we're gonna get rain. We'll have to see. Luckily, it looks like many of the more sensitive specimens are already in the process of getting jacketed right now, which is good. Yeah.
Well, let it be said and remembered the famous quarry ever had.
How's it going, Andrew?
It's going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think I'm about ready for another round of rock sawing.
Okay. Yeah. All right. It's going to get loud and it's going to get dusty.
They're going to love it.
Yeah.
Round 3.
And just as you got everything all dusted off and clean, too, we're going to have just a shower of particulate matter.
That's the cost of business, Danny.
It's job security. Yeah. But, yeah, let's see. Melissa, can we talk to you for a minute? Sure. Yeah. It is Melissa, right? I want to make sure I'm not getting your name wrong. Okay, good. But yeah, you were telling me earlier that you're local here in St. George, right? Or somewhere nearby?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
here in St. George.
Yeah, what brought you out here?
I saw an article on I think it was Facebook. Anyways, and I've been interested in fossils for the past couple years.
Nice.
And so, I mean, how can you pass up an opportunity like
Seriously,
this?
Yeah. Pretty darn cool.
Once in a lifetime opportunity, so I knew I had to be out here. And it's been fascinating, fun.
Yeah. I'm Utah is the perfect place to be interested in fossils too. It's such a wonderland for dinosaurs in particular. That's what I work on. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area and do not have dinosaur fossils there.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit jealous. You just got this here in your backyard, and really appreciate you coming out and helping. And yeah,
it's addictive.
It really is. Yeah, like you never know what you're gonna find.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Very addictive.
Pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
And Melissa, again, she brought us dinner last night.
You're welcome.
She did not have to do that. That was really, really nice. For those of us who were staying here on the site, really enjoyed that. And
I'm
a good
happy
meal.
to do it.
Yeah. Thank you for your help. I really appreciate it.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
And thanks for letting me put you on the spot right now,
You're
too.
welcome.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
But yeah, so all kinds of cool people showing up to help out however they can, and it just warms my heart, you know? I feel so grateful. Yeah. Nightfall the Red says, if you had the chance, what fossil bed site would you go and do field work on? Oh, if you're talking about like an established fossil site? That's difficult. There's so many that I'd want to go work. Good question. As for established fossil sites, it'd be really cool to go out to the Yixian Formation in Liaoning, China. and find some feathered dinosaurs out there. That would be pretty darn cool. As for areas that I want to go and explore, areas that are not necessarily like established, well-known fossil localities, I'd love to be able to go out and do some fieldwork in Antarctica. That's kind of a dream of mine. It isn't easy out there, but I've heard lots of stories. I know some people who've worked out there, and who knows, maybe that'll be possible in the nearish future. We'll have to see. Other places I'd love to go to Mongolia, Patagonia, and Argentina. There's some really cool fossil sites that are kind of up and coming in Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Yeah, and then there's just so many other fossil sites here in North America too. I really miss going out to Montana. Maybe we'll do that next summer. Not this coming summer, but the next summer, possibly. Go out and do some field work up in the Judith River or something like that. That would be pretty darn cool. So, I'm going to be doing a lot of field work this year, though, and I'm very excited about that. We're going to be back out in Wyoming for the whole month of June, and I'll be streaming as often as I can from there, as near to 7 days a week as possible for the whole month. It's going to be a real marathon. And then a little bit later in the summer, from mid-July to mid-August, I'm going to be out near Moab, Utah. Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, trying to get more of that new species, possibly 2 new species there. We left a bunch of bones there last year on the last day, so we're going to go there and get them out this year. So really excited about that. And then I might be going out there again in September. We'll see. So yeah, it's going to be a very full summer, and I feel like we're kind of getting a nice appetizer doing these couple rounds of field work out here in St. George before that. But yeah, let me drink some more water before I get completely dehydrated here. And if you've got any other questions, now's the time. Yeah. Looking forward to the Wyoming streams. Oh, they're going to be cool. Mainly just watching. They're going to be cool. Yeah, we've got several new species of dinosaur there. It's going to be fun. It's a fun crew, though. Yeah, kind of the young Turks of the Cretaceous world working out there. It's going to be an eclectic group. It's going to be a lot of fun. And could you check if that little cute lizard that you found yesterday is home? It says Lilla Svarten. I'm gonna walk around a little bit. And there's a trash bag or a plastic bag I can pick up. Doing my part here to keep St. George litter free. Yeah, I have seen several lizards today. They might be more of those side blotch lizards, but I'm not sure if we'll encounter any here and now. It's not super sunny at the moment. Oh, uh-oh, and this is from us. That's a Sona rat. These, that is not an okay thing to have on the ground. We're responsible for that. And so that lighter ground in the middle. Wait, hang on a sec. Chat's getting away from me. Is that below the exciting fossil levels? Winja, we've got multiple levels here, and they're all yielding fossils to a certain extent. Yeah. Will the guys from last year be there? In Wyoming? Yes. Many of them will be, and some, there'll be some familiar faces and some new ones too. That'll be, I guess, season 3. Paleontologizing out in southwest Wyoming. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And more fieldwork? Absolutely, Latigo Smith. There's gonna be so much fieldwork this year. I'm excited about that. Here, let's put this in the garbage. All pumped up for some rock sawing?
No.
No.
We're doing a little prospecting over here around the rock pile.
Oh, nice. Okay.
David has taken us to show something, and we've come all the way around, and he still hasn't found it.
Must be good if it's that elusive. Yeah.
And there's all these green pieces of rock.
Uh-huh.
They come from what we call the green concostracan bed.
Okay.
Which is on the top of that hill.
Okay.
And then
top of the hill behind this.
It's around the cars down here.
Huh.
The same level.
Uh-huh.
What's on that hill.
Interesting. And what are concostracans again, for those of members of chat who aren't familiar?
First of all, the underside of this bed is covered in Paleoficus burrows. So
Paleoficus, that sounds like a plant.
Branching kinds of burrows.
Okay.
And then inside we're finding these concostracan shells, so clam shrimps.
Oh, okay.
Served in there.
Uh-huh.
We also find fish bones and fish scales, so, and coprolites too. So
inside the burrows?
Green bed.
In the green bed,
in the
okay.
Green bed, and of course the base is then burrowed.
Gotcha. Okay, okay. Neat. So again, like a sample platter of like, these are the different critters that were living in this ecosystem.
Yeah, exactly.
200 million years ago. It's not just dinosaurs, you know?
Yeah. Oh, ostracods too.
Ostracods too?
Yeah. So
nice.
I don't know what the common name for those are.
Gosh, I don't know if they have a common name. Ostracods?
I don't think they do.
We have any ostracod specialists in the chat right now?
I should know. I've forgotten.
You've got a lot to keep track of, Andrew. Holy cow. Surprised you can keep half these things straight. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go break some rock while David is trying to find this thing he wants to show me.
All right. Best of luck.
See you in a bit.
Yeah. Awesome. And, oh, seed shrimp. Ostracods, are they seed shrimp? Is that a common name for them?
That's it.
Hibiscus? Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, that's what we call them in freshwater ecology. Thank you, hibiscus. I'm sorry if I shouted too loud there. Sorry, that was so noisy. But yeah. Ostracod, the Greek ostrakon, meaning shell or tile. Thank you, Nell. Appreciate that. Fable Fox Weaver, an asparagus specialist. Yeah. And check this out. So, I was showing this off yesterday. This is a blade from the rock saw. This damage to it happened yesterday. We've got a chunk missing there, and there, and there, and there. We don't know where those chunks went. That's why safety equipment here is so important. Hence, this, of course. Good stuff. Yeah. And what were the plants mentioned? My internet was being internet. Oh, so they it wasn't actually a plant. He was talking about Paleoficus, which is an ichnotaxon. Burrow. And I said, oh, it sounds like a plant, like a ficus. I was kind of making a joke, but it didn't really land. Yeah. Anywho. Let's go take another look around real quick. Let's go check in on how our big longfish is doing. Luckily, it doesn't look like we're going to get rained on in the moment, but look at all those gulls. Where are they going? That might be the state bird of Utah right there. Can anybody tell me what the state bird of Utah is? Let's see. Nice, all right.
My toilet paper prison.
It's coming.
Yeah. It's so like pretty looking. I don't know how to describe this from the rock. Not used to, fossils in the ground looking that clean and pretty. And they've got separator on them. Right. Yeah. Oh, Procter & Gamble, we love your product so much.
Always right to them. Isn't that how Jack Horner got like 100 cases of beer for free for 10 years?
For beer camp. Yeah, I've got photos of that.
See that edge that's sticking out?
Yeah.
Down over that.
That's a classic story. Got some great plastering right there. Well, this isn't plaster. The step. separator being applied to the fossil in order to keep the plaster off of the surface of the fossil and the rock.
We uncover the fossil, we cover the fossil, and then we uncover the fossil again.
Underwear.
Oh, yeah. And then we'll put the pants on.
That's
They're very
right. There we
heavy-duty
go.
pants. Yeah.
Good analogy.
That's actually not bad. Yeah, I like that. Here, I can kind of show you step by step. So say we've got a fossil in the ground. Imagine we've got a fossil fish right here. You'd trench around it like that, and then you apply a layer of separator, in this case toilet paper here. So you use paintbrushes with some water, kind of dab it onto the surface, it gets the toilet paper to stick. And then after that, you're going to mix up some plaster of Paris and put some burlap bandages into it, burlap strips, in order to create what we call a field jacket. So it'll look like this in the ground. So nice hard protective shell over the top of it. So that's our top jacket there. And then you kind of dig under, trench around, you flip it. We end up like this. You carve away some more of the rock now that it's upside down in order to reduce the weight. And then you stick another layer over the top of it, which is actually the bottom because it's upside down. And then it's... We'll see more of this process today if you stick around, because they're going to be actually doing the plastering part of the plaster jacket. Yeah. And Bo Play Photo says, I assume the separator compound can be washed away with water. You don't even need to do that. You peel it off in the lab. So when we get a jacket like this back in the laboratory, you use a cast cutter and you go zzz around it. Take the top off, or the bottom as the case might be. And then you can, chip away the rock. You're removing all of that matrix to get to the fossil underneath. And then you're just cutting off more strips of that jacket as you go. And you kind of like this. So you use a cast cutter. And you cut through it like that. And then those end up... or, if you get real creative, you can sell those. There's a few museums where they're starting to do that, where if it's like a particularly cool, charismatic dinosaur specimen, for instance, coming back from the field, when you're opening up that jacket in the lab and you're removing all that plaster and burlap jacket, sometimes some museums will actually auction those off. And they'll be like, this new species of dinosaur from this field jacket, we're not selling the fossil, but we're selling the jacket. You can have a piece of paleontological history, all to your own. And then that goes toward funding more fieldwork and more laboratory work. So there are a few museums that are starting to do that, and that's, I think it's pretty cool, especially if you have what we call jacket art on it. So sometimes in the field, especially if you've got a really charismatic specimen, a really cool dinosaur or something like that, we'll take Sharpies or paint markers and, do some artwork on the jacket there. It makes it a little bit more exciting, and if you're going to sell a jacket afterward, sell that, the jacket after it's been removed from the fossil, then it makes it even cooler. It'd be a really neat display piece to put over your fireplace or something like that. The true paleontological enthusiasts, the real ones, they appreciate that, having a piece of vertebrate paleontology history there in their personal collection. Yeah. And hey, Dyson Dinosaur Filippo, great to see you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Good stuff. And Jack Money says, why toilet paper? Because it's lightweight and it's inexpensive, and you can easily apply it with a paintbrush and some water. Yeah. In the past, other crews have used things like newspaper. Back in the old days, people like Barnum Brown and the Sternbergs, they would use newspaper as a layer of separator. But basically, you just need some kind of paper over the top in order to keep the plaster from getting directly on the fossil. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. I'd show off that Yoshi Strike jacket to everyone. Yeah, Lenina. I don't know where that one ended up. I don't know if they sold that one or what. Denver Fowler might still have that, actually. Yeah. Some water being used to cut down on the dust over here, which is nice. to Ace Excavations here. Ace Excavating for helping us out here at the site. And anywho, yeah.
Yeah, it's really fun. They don't.
Let's see.
Up around the bend here.
Yeah? Find anything good so far?
Did you see the those burrows?
I don't even know.
No, I don't know if I'll be able to get signal over there because it's not line of sight to the. Yeah?
Nice sample.
Ooh.
It is. Named after David.
Named after David Slough, yeah. Very cool. Look at these. So these are cross sections of burrows?
Yeah.
So these are burrows that are going straight down, and this is
and they
cut
curve
like that.
Too.
They curve?
That's actually the you're looking at the underside of the bed.
Uh-huh.
So on the opposite side, you'd see these reverse. You see how these are sticking up. These are mud cracks.
Uh-huh. So a mud crack right here, and then each one of these little circles is the cross section of a burrow. So these are some kind of invertebrate, right? That are burrowing down into there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
so many of them.
They have like a U shape.
Uh-huh.
They kind of do this, go down.
So what does that tell us about this environment that we've got these here?
Good question.
Yeah.
Let me think.
It was wet. They're a little burrowing. It could be shrimp even, something like that.
Could be arthropods too.
Yeah.
So it could be something under the surface. So at the slough burrow bed, there's actually a track horizon right below it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Scalithos burrows are going through the older footprints.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah. So
very cool. Really nice.
So what kind of condition? Probably very wet, potentially submerged when these burrows were produced.
Okay.
You could see at some point these mud cracks formed, whether or not it's a bed above, and they then formed those beds. I can't remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have to go to see them in place.
Uh-huh.
So this came from all the way over the.
Oh, okay.
We're able to trace this particular bed all the way through this hill.
Uh-huh.
So this is a older bed. Everything's dipping.
Older bed, yeah.
Dipping to the north.
Yeah. So you can see the kind of the point of that hill where it starts to turn red near the top, near those white rocks.
Mm-hmm.
That's roughly where the slough burrow bed is. And then Sally's burrow bed is another Scalithos bed, just not as well preserved below that.
Uh-huh.
So we have two of them within about 10 feet.
Uh-huh.
So.
He just made the mistake of telling me I wouldn't find tracks there, so
yeah,
I'm a troublemaker, so I had to go find them.
Yeah.
He says, well, if you find it in place, I'll name it after you. So
there you go.
I trotted right over here and found it.
Slough burrow bed. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Is that a different hat from yesterday?
Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, it's got a different feather in it.
Yeah, I wear many different hats.
Literally. Yeah.
No two the same.
Nice. Thanks for bringing this over, Andrew.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome.
So where are we going?
Over here.
Search
Covered
continues.
now, so you can.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Show everybody finish before it's blasted.
All right.
Crisscross.
Really? Yeah. You've got really even spacing here. This is fine work. It's too bad you're gonna cover it up with plaster and burlap. You know.
But yeah, she put a couple of cross to kind of hold everything in place. So yeah.
Uh huh.
It's looking good.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah. We'll come back when we got some plaster and burlap going. Yeah. Yep. Nice. Excellent. Very cool. Now let's we'll go back and get some water and do a quick station break. Explain what we got going on here. What important fossils are you digging for? I'll tell you that in just a minute, Relo Rolo. Hang on just a sec. Let's go back over to a little base camp area and get some water. Let's see here. Uh-oh. I think that's from me. How did that end up on the ground? Put this in the trash. Yeah.
Well, if it makes you feel better, there's about to be a substation.
Shoot. Don't remind me. Huh. Let's see. Have I had an opportunity to excavate any fossils? I certainly have, Nightfall the Red. Yeah. I can maybe show you some of the things that I found so far over the past couple days. It's not much yet, given that I spend half the day setting up for live streams and then live streaming. There's not too much time to do the actual excavation work. But, yeah, found some cool bits of fish and stuff so far. It's, yeah. Mostly just working for a few hours in the morning and then getting set up for doing these broadcasts. How we doing power-wise here? 74%? That's not the worst. But yeah, for anybody kind of just joining us, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here in the middle of St. George, Utah. Hopefully this gives you kind of a nice perspective here.
Here's the dig site. Across the street is the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. And there's Taco Bell next door to that. Various businesses, grocery store, middle school, housing development. One of the main roads in the town right there.
We're literally in the middle of this town. And St. George is built on some incredible fossil sites. These rocks represent the very beginning of the Jurassic period. So about 200 million years old. And we've got dinosaur footprints, dinosaur swim tracks, fossils of fish, fossils of ancient freshwater sharks, cartilaginous fishes, burrows from invertebrates like I was showing you over there. This is kind of a lovely sample platter almost of all these different critters that were living their lives here at the very beginning of the. Now, the reason why this is an emergency fossil site, an emergency operation, despite the fact that we've known about this site for about 20 years here, and the site, the land belongs to the city of St. George. It was kind of given to the city so that they could protect it and protect their local fossil heritage. The city has decided that they want to build an electrical power station here, a substation right here on the site, and so it's slated to be destroyed very soon. We've been told we have until April 30th to collect as many fossils and as much data as we can before they move ahead with the construction project. And so it's all hands on deck trying to get whatever we can get out. As many fossils, as much data, do as much science as we possibly can before we can't do science anymore here. So that's why this is so urgent. That's why it's an emergency, you know? Yeah, it is sad, Birion. It is. We're still holding out hope that maybe the officials at the city will change their minds and build the electrical substation elsewhere. They could even move it just 100 feet that way, and it would be fine. But they want to build it right here, literally on top of this fossil site. So, yeah. It's frustrating, to say the least. Yeah. But we're doing whatever we can right now. That's why I'm live streaming from here, trying to get the word out about this. Trying to inform people and get people to volunteer, get people to donate. Whatever help we can get for this project, we're eager to get. And the paleontologizing community here, all of you good folks have really stepped up. Some people have actually shown up in person to volunteer. Lots of folks have made donations. Lots of folks have shared things on social media to help get the word out. We've been able to do a lot, and we've got about 700 specimens so far collected from this site. There are thousands more that are still in there. We could keep working at this site for decades. It is so. And the reason why it's so scientifically important is it's from a really special time in Earth history. So I'll show you something. Here we go. those of you who know a thing or two about the history of life on Earth, you're familiar with mass extinctions. Here's a diagram kind of talking about that. So this is a rough approximation, but throughout Earth history, from 500 million years ago until the present, you got evolving and other species going extinct. This is just kind of always happening, but sometimes you get these massive spikes in extinction. You just these global catastrophes where maybe the majority of species on Earth disappear. They go extinct. They're gone. And so this diagram shows that here. So you get these huge spikes in extinction rates like that. This site right here represents the time just after this extinction event. This is one of what we call the Big Five. So there's the End Ordovician, Late Devonian, End Permian, End Triassic, and End Cretaceous. The End Cretaceous is when the dinosaurs go extinct. The End Permian is when like 90% of life on Earth died out, something like that. The End Triassic doesn't get a ton of attention, but this is just after the first dinosaurs evolve, and this is kind of what allows dinosaurs to take over the Earth. Is the time just after that extinction event. So, a bunch of animals and plants have been wiped out. We're still not entirely sure why. It's one of the things we're trying to figure out here. Got new species evolving, and this is when dinosaurs start to take over the Earth. That's the time represented in these rocks. This is kind of a recovery fauna. So this is, you know, we've got this massive adaptive radiation, and dinosaurs are becoming more abundant, and we see that here. We've got the footprints of big meat-eating dinosaurs here. Something kind of like Dilophosaurus, we think. And we've got some footprints not too far away from a we've got the fossils of Hybodont right here that we're finding there in that lower layer, the one that looks like a floor down there, kind of like bluish. Hybodont sharks. We're finding lungfishes. Their remains are remains of coelacanths like this, and semi-anodid fishes as well. That's our most common ray fin fish that we've got here by far. And there's just scads and scads of them all over the place. And the reason why we've got so many aquatic organisms is that this represents an ancient freshwater lake, Whitmore, that was here. Here's a nice kind of artistic representation of a small meat-eating dinosaur, kind of like Megapnosaur. And I hope you can see it, but we've got some footprints coming down off of the shore of the lake, and then the animal has moved into the water, and it's gone from walking to swimming. And so its footprints have gone from dry land footprints to swim traces like this. We see these kinds of, thank you, Alan, I appreciate that. We have those stories being told by these rocks here, where we've got these like dry land footprints, and then they continue along and they turn into swim tracks as the animal is moving into the lake. That is incredibly cool. And then you got your semi-anodid fishes swimming around there too, and that's about here. And this was not a small lake either. I've got another one of these. There it is, right there. Hold it like this. Appreciate you playing Vanna White for us here. Yeah, Lake Whitmore would have been in a scale of maybe like Lake Erie or something like that. Yeah, it's just, it's huge, extending down into Arizona. About right there in St. George, Utah. And this represents like the shore of that ancient lake. So we've got that transition from lake bottom to shoreline here, which is really neat. And you get these interactions between, you know, terrestrial animals like dinosaurs and these fishes that are swimming around. We've got evidence that these dinosaurs were eating fishes right here. We've got wear facets on some of their teeth that show that their teeth are punching through these armored scales of the fishes and wearing down the teeth.
What's incredible is this was persistent for over 1 million years.
This is a long-lived lake.
Think about that. I mean, you go back to big lakes in the U.S. Yeah, how long have they been around? 1 million years? No.
Yeah.
No, they haven't.
Usually much more short-lived, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, think of like Lake Erie, that size of thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely enormous.
Pretty
phenomenal.
Cool. Yeah.
Anyway, what's incredible is the museum, which is stratigraphically 60 feet below this. It's the same lake.
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, you've got thousands, maybe potentially like 1 million years or something like that.
1 million years.
Who knows? Yeah.
I mean, you think about sedimentation rate in here is 1/10 of a millimeter per year. Right, so 1/10 of a millimeter. Okay, so how long does it take to put in a meter of sediment? Right?
Tremendous amount of time.
10,000 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10,000 years doesn't go to 100,000 years. So now that's 10. 1 million years is 100 meters.
Yeah.
Oh, duh, that's what I've got.
Yeah.
Is about 100 meters here.
So much time.
Over a million years that lake persisted that whole time.
Yeah.
With these cute little dinosaurs swimming around.
Yep. Yeah. Pretty cool to think about. It kind of puts things into perspective, doesn't it? You know?
It really does.
And like coming out, it kind of makes you think about a different light, you know?
It really does. I mean, think about how long mankind's been around.
200,000 years.
200,
in our modern
right, in our modern.
Yeah.
So this represents 5 times.
Yeah.
This lake was around 5 times the length of time that man has been on the surface of the earth. Really, this area is just so incredible. We've got this. I was telling you before, I've been working on the lava flows over in. Yeah. So I mean, those are like 27,000 years old. That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Wait, this is 200 million years ago.
Yeah.
27,000 years. That's
nothing.
Yesterday.
Yeah, it's the blink of an eye geologically.
Right.
Yeah.
But these won't be coming back.
Yeah.
So absolutely incredible. So how fun. David was going to show me some fossils over here.
Oh yeah? Where'd he go? There he is over there, yeah.
He was going to show me some of the footprints that he's found down in some of the. I'm hoping what they do is they bring that bulldozer in and they lift up all this fish stuff, because underneath that
is more tracks.
More tracks.
Yeah.
That would be really cool to see. These fish, they're okay, but I want to see big guys. I want to see those big guys walking around.
I can't say that too loudly around here because the fishes objectively don't get enough love, but dinosaurs are what I work on. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
My niece and nephew, they'd go, "Fish? What's that?"
But dinosaurs, that's everybody loves
But
dinosaurs.
it was really cool. We were looking at some fish bones over here on one of these beds.
Yeah.
And they're concentrated, right? So we had a death bed in here, right?
Yeah. Mass death.
And so they were comparing it to the Salton Sea.
Right, yeah.
Which is really cool. And you got tilapia, the fish, right? And you get these mass kills. And the same thing, they all die in the lake.
They decompose.
And they decompose. And he said, it's almost like a rubbery cement that's in with the bones, and so it sticks them all together.
Yeah.
And so they end up with these rolls of these fish bones.
Because the current action rolls them back and forth.
Exactly right.
So it's almost like a big, weird egg roll of fish bits.
A fish bone, right. Probably not something you'd want to eat, but
No. Yeah.
But I'd love to go to the Salton Sea.
Yeah.
Of course, the other thing about the Salton Sea is not only is a site for eyes, but it's the olfactory. The smell. Yeah. And it's not something that attracts you really, really quickly to rush out and smell this particular.
I've never been, but I've heard stories. Yeah, it's something to be experienced for sure, even if it's not particularly pleasant.
Yeah, right. So this, again, you kind of think of the Salton Sea as something where you got fish and stuff in there.
Yeah.
But may not have been the place you want to go stand on the shore and do your fly fishing.
Sure, yeah. Good point. Yeah. Yes, if any of you are considering, taking a time machine back to ancient Lake Whitmore, maybe look at some other sites first. If fishing is your goal. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Good stuff.
Very cool stuff.
Yeah. Thanks, Alan. So let's see. Any questions from chat? Let's hear. Oh, and Moo Hoodles, how are you doing? Welcome. I'm glad you're back. I hope you're doing well, Moo. Yeah. And Assault Rabbit says, any chance they would consider selling the property and putting their station somewhere else? Well, selling it, that's not going to happen because it belongs to the city, and in order to preserve it, it probably still needs to, be public property like that. But we're hoping maybe the city could change their minds. If they just moved that electrical substation 100 feet that way, even 50 feet that way, we would be incredibly happy, you know? And that would mean that this site, we could continue to work for decades into the future. Continue discovering new species here and trying to figure out how Earth was but I don't know, you know? It's not in my power to do that. There's people who work for the city who plan these things out, and at the end of the day, it seems like it's up to them, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Helvetica Scenario says it makes no sense to build specifically on that site. You're right. I don't know. Here's the thing, is that I understand the desire to help St. George continue to grow. This is one of the fastest growing towns in the United States. Lots of people are moving here, and it's, from what I've heard from people who live here, it's a great place to live. As the town continues to grow, you know, infrastructure needs to improve as well. So they'll need a new electrical substation somewhere. I totally understand that, you know? And as city officials, sometimes they're between a rock and a hard place. Like, where can we build something like this? There's a lot of NIMBYism, a lot of like, not in my backyard. You know, local residents don't want a power station built right behind their property or whatever. I get that. And these folks here, actually, they're in that boat. They're not happy about that planned construction project. They'd much rather have a park here. Apparently some of them, they were under the impression that the city was building a park here, electrical substation. I don't know the details about, you know, how they came to that impression, but the point is they're not happy about that. They'd much rather see parts of this turn into a park and parts of it stay a fossil quarry like this. But yeah, I don't know. The city, I understand the need to grow and provide electricity to your residents and everything else. These are smart people. They can figure something out that wouldn't require destroying an incredibly important 200 million year old fossil site, one that is nearly unique in the world. This is the sort of thing that makes St. George special. This is the reason why I'm here right now. If they want the city of St. George to be something other than just another, you know, sprawling suburb, if they wanted to have a true character, like a unique heritage to it, this is the sort of thing that they need to preserve. This is what makes St. George special. Destroy this, and then you're robbing yourselves of what makes this place worth visiting, you know? It's like I said earlier, it's like bulldozing the Sistine Chapel to put up a parking lot. Why would you do that, you know? I like to think that if this site were preserved, the museum were expanded, this would be a tourist destination for people from around the world. The La Brea monument. For really thinking about the future in a way that makes sense. That's what makes sense. Preserve this, you know? Yeah. No, anywho. Yeah, it'd be like paving over the Burgess Shale. There you go, Hogan, yeah. Yeah, which is a World Heritage Site. And a national park in Canada, yeah. But yeah, this site really is incredible. And there are going to be so many publications coming out about this. There's going to be way more if the site gets preserved, you know? Yeah. But yeah.
Anyhow. RC Maniac says gestures at Penn Station in New York City. It annoyed a lot of people to tear it down and help start a lot of building preservation. Yeah. And that's the thing, is that's part of what gives New York City its unique character. That's why people visit. That's why it's iconic, you know? This is what makes St. George iconic. And if we're really thinking about the future, emphasizing that is going to be really important, you know? It's kind of like San Francisco, you know, where I'm from. We've got the cable cars there, which are unique in the world. Hundreds of thousands of tourists visit the city every year. The cable cars are one of the things that they want to see. They almost got completely torn out and destroyed in, I think it was the 1980s? The 70s or the 80s. People from the city are like, these things are old. Let's get rid of them. And they already had gotten rid of several of the cable car lines. I think there were, I don't know, maybe a dozen or something like that throughout the city. There's left. And those two were almost removed. Like, imagine San Francisco without the cable cars, you know? It's the same kind of thing here, you know? Yeah. Calixas says, can we call into the city and petition to save the site? Maybe. We'll see. I'm talking to some folks about that, and I'm not sure what the best approach is at this point. But I'll keep you posted on that, you know? We'll figure this out. Yeah. Anyhow. Let us know. I will, Calix. I will. Anyway, let's go take another look around over here and see what else we got going on. Got an empty coffee cup here. Yeah, this is from Andrew. We'll go throw that away. And Birion, appreciate you.
There's also these other structures that have got like. I was thinking burrows that kind of rounded at one level and wrapped them up.
With the digger, we got a smaller little track hole that comes in, and he's able to lift them up.
What you got here?
It looks like rhizoliths.
Oh.
So at first we're, thinking bedding is this way, and then we looked at it again, the bedding is actually this way.
Oh, weird. So they're going horizontal?
Yeah. Yep.
Huh.
Looks like it.
So those would be fossil roots, basically? Or
yeah.
Like infill of what used to be roots?
Yeah.
Huh.
So that's cool. That's a new little bit of info we didn't know about.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we'll collect that one.
So if the roots are going horizontal, does that tell us anything about, I don't know, what the level of moisture is like or anything like that?
It could mean that if you got like an elevated water table, they don't want to penetrate too deep.
Gotcha.
Usually, roots will be diving down when they're trying to reach.
Yeah. So if there's just water all over the place in the sediment, then they just spread out for stability?
It could tell you things are kind of saturated,
Interesting, okay.
Yeah, that is cool. Huh. And what's neat, other horizons where we found rhizoliths, they're also doing the same thing. They're more horizontal.
Interesting, yeah. That makes sense if it's a really wet environment. I mean, yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Where are those from? They're from...
this was from the debris pile, so the little peninsula.
Okay, yeah.
Removed.
Yeah. Nice, okay. Cool.
One little spot.
Uh-huh. Awesome. See, it's neat how we can glean little bits of information like this from something as simple as like some streaks in the rock that represent ancient roots. Pretty neat. Oh, there's another piece of trash over there. Let me go grab that before it blows away. Another one of those gypsona wrappers. Gotcha. And let's see here. Did I miss anything in the chat? Yeah. Paleontologizing. Hello, hello. Yeah. There's a lot of dust around. Shouldn't these people be wearing masks? Ask Fable Foxweaver. Unless it's like super concentrated, that's not really a big deal, you know? If there's a ton of dust being kicked up by a rock saw or by, you know, throwing a lot of matrix around with shovels or something, then you might want to consider like wearing a respirator. But, you know, this is just one of those things that kind of comes with the territory with field work, as we, you know, there's just a lot of dust. We are in the middle of a desert after all. This is, yeah. There we go. And
I was like climbing up to go up the hill. I just like plowed face first.
Yeah. So it's funny. It feels like the pace of work is a little bit slower than yesterday. It was, oh man, we had just new fish being discovered left and right yesterday. Today, I think there have been about 2 or 3. So a lot of the focus is on getting the things out that we discovered yesterday. Once you actually uncover a fossil, it's a lot of work to actually get it excavated. And so you don't have as many opportunities for finding new fossils if you got to excavate the ones that you've got. So let's go check in with Hannah, who's put.
What we're doing here is we're getting these bandages nice and wet. This water that I collected over here, toilet paper separator that we've already put on this fish fossil. Maybe somebody earlier. And then we're securing it in place as much as we can.
Wait, tell me that one more time.
Yes, so this is our gypsona bandages right here. These are really similar to what's used inside of hospital settings to set things like broken arms and legs. But what we're doing is we're using it here as a plaster cast. So we're laying it down over our toilet paper separator that we've already laid down. And then as we lay this down, it'll harden up nice and good, creating a nice plaster cast so we can transport our fossil.
So this is the final stage of preserving it?
Essentially. Once we want
to lay some strips this way too?
Yeah, I'm trying to get this side to guide.
But when we see the white on the others, that's what this is.
Exactly. And so once we get this layer on and it's nice and hardened, we'll dig underneath this fossil a little bit, and then we'll flip it over with crowbars or pry bars, apply a little bit more of this gypsona to the bottom, and then it'll be good to go.
So what is this you're putting in the water now? Oh, no, this is more of the bandage.
This is more of the bandages, so I just needed to get some more. Let's get across the other way, shall we? We like applying it in multiple directions because it provides the most structural support.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me steal my microphone
Absolutely.
I got a geology question for you. What do you call it when rock like this that doesn't split for ship? What's the term for it? Oh. You know, I know what fissile is. Like pissile is what I might want to.
Massive, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know there's got to be a term. I just.
Well, my favorite is foobar.
Yeah, I know that one.
Or leverite.
I used to have a foobar card. Somebody gave me a long time ago. Foobar mountaineering, it said.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what would we call that? Highly consolidated or massive mudstone?
Massive, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just,
highly
you don't
cemented.
see any really bedding in it and things like that.
Yeah.
So
it has lots of pebbles in it though, which is really weird.
Yeah. But you can see it's the mottled color means it's probably highly burrowed.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
Bioturbated, yeah.
It's very irregular, yeah. So it's probably highly bioturbated.
Yeah.
So lots of little critters having lunch.
Yeah.
Those little worms.
Plants and
little
animals,
worms
yeah.
going
Yeah.
through there, just eating their
That's excellent.
little hearts out. 200 million years ago.
God bless them for it too. That's what made it so easy to find the fossils here.
Yeah.
People in chat are saying bioturbated. What a word. Yeah, it is. And
good word.
there's another one too. I think maybe Martin Lockley came up with it, but dinoturbated. That's when,
that one I haven't heard.
That's specifically from dinosaurs churning up the sediment by stepping in it and stuff. Yeah. Dinoturbation. Yeah. I'm going to grab that wrapper before it flies away.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
I might go prospecting out there.
Yeah, let's go put this in the garbage.
This has really got
Yeah. That's a word I will add to my bioturbated, yes. Bioturbated and highly proficient in Microsoft Excel. And Zafar, I'm finding ads on social media for awareness. I don't have that kind of money, and we don't have that kind of money. Yeah. This is how I'm trying to raise awareness, and we're doing a lot of media work too. Andrew just had a big interview with PBS this morning, public broadcasting here in Utah. There have been a number of different newspaper articles and stuff, and that's how a lot of people have found out about this. In my experience, ads on social media don't work particularly well. Maybe they can for something like this, I don't know. But stuff in the news, that can be a great way to reach people. Yeah.
You knew that when you picked it off the rack.
Yeah.
Where'd you get it? Looks like it came from Moab.
And Jag Money says word of mouth is the best way to spread awareness. Yeah, in a lot of ways, yeah. Yeah.
That's Frank David.
Put this in here.
Just like that weird track that I found, I haven't found anything. I probably never will find something like that again, but at least I found
All right.
it. Just happened to be in there somewhere. Something that's unique.
Hogan says if you can describe yourself as bioturbated, I recommend you consider what you're eating. Agreed. Yeah. Or dinoturbated. Yeah. Anywho, to the 436 people watching, at least some of which are going to be new here, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm streaming to you live from an emergency fossil excavation site in the middle of, and I do mean in the middle of, St. George, Utah. We've got houses, a middle school, there's a Taco Bell and a grocery store over there. One of the main roads in the town. We are here in the middle of civilization, which is kind of nice. I'm still camping. There's my tent right there. But here in the middle of civilization, trying to excavate these fossils before they're slated to be destroyed. The city is planning on building an electrical substation here, and we've got until the end of the month, we're told, to excavate as many fossils as we can, collect as much data as we can before the site gets destroyed. So that's why we're here, that's what we're doing. Yeah. When do we get a tent tour says isolated? My tent is too messy right now. You don't want to see that. Yeah. Where's your hotel? I brought my own. There you go, Fable Foxweaver. Yeah. A tent saved me a lot of money. Holy cow. Camping, but he can still go to Taco Bell at midnight. Yeah. Or for lunch, Barian, like I did today. Ask not for whom the Taco Bell tolls. It tolls for me. Yeah. Nightfall the Red says, as we're coming up to Easter weekend, who do you think the dinosaur equivalent of the Easter Bunny would be? That's a goofy question, but... So, as far as we know, all species of dinosaurs laid eggs. You could do just about any dinosaur as the Easter Bunny. If you put some, like a bunny ears headband on. Because all dinosaurs laid eggs. Well, not all dinosaurs. The female ones, they laid eggs. Of all species, as far as we know. We don't think any dinosaurs gave birth to live young. At least we don't have any evidence to suggest that. But yeah, I think, is it Incisivosaurus? That, like, buck-toothed Oviraptorosaur? I think. Potentially. Yeah. Can we get a link to Incisivosaurus? Here, I'll find you an image. There we go. Yeah, there's kind of a classic illustration of that critter. Really emphasizing those buck teeth in the front. Yeah, I could see that as an Easter Bunny-like critter. Is that a good enough answer for you? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. I've seen some really interesting restorations of this critter. But yeah, it does have these just in the front of its jaw there. Almost rodent-like in a way. It's a neat animal. So that's from the late Cretaceous of China. Yeah, here's a nice representation of it too. But it had feathers rather than fur. But yeah, you could make it work, I think. I wonder if anybody's done that actually. Incisivosaurus Easter. It's been done. From fossil crates. There you go. Yeah, it's been done. Apparently, I'm not the first person to come up with that idea. Yeah. Good stuff. And it is, I guess, Easter coming up on Sunday. Today's Thursday. Sunday's coming up. I will not be streaming on Sunday. I'm going to be driving back home that day. I think my last broadcast from this site is going to be Saturday. We have an early stream from here on Saturday morning, and then midday, something like that. Making a semi-leisurely 2-day trip back to California. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. I think I might go grab myself a sugar-free sports drink. I'm feeling kind of parched. And I'm not sure I have water left in that water bottle. But, yeah. It's funny, Petrodactylus. No. That reminds me of the red guy dressed up as, they were at like a Star Wars convention or something. Dressed up as, as George Lucas. Good stuff. Yeah. And there you go. Best Insider. Yes, indeed. In California, we do have laws that protect fossils on construction sites and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think that really exists in Utah in the same way. But yeah. Anyhow, go get something to drink. Get some electrolytes. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll do that in just a minute. Let's go take a look at this. What's Andrew looking at over there? Ugh. Oh, by the way, this is where I was digging earlier. Clearing away a lot of rock over here. There's my gear right there. So I was working in this area, just looking for bits of fish. Found a few scales and stuff, and that's pretty much it this morning. Like I said, we haven't been finding as many fish today A few new ones this morning, but yeah, not a whole lot. Part of that is that we found almost all of them yesterday, and we've just been working on getting those out. So.
I gotta mix some plaster. We're gonna do it probably in this bucket.
Nice.
But right now, we're currently re-wetting this because it's actually been out for a day.
Yeah, it's starting to come up a little bit.
Yeah, and the plaster won't want to stick if it ain't wet.
Yeah.
We don't want it too wet. So currently, I'm playing Goldilocks here.
So that actually reminds me of a debate I've had on many field crews. When you're doing a plaster jacket, do you wet the burlap in advance or do you not? Because the way that I was taught is that you soak the burlap in water and then you wring it out. And that supposedly helps the plaster soak into the fibers of the burlap better.
Interesting, yeah.
But other people say that it doesn't.
Yeah, I just put the burlap right in the plaster.
Right, yeah.
But you know what? Maybe we should do an experiment and do it both ways today.
I do feel like, yeah, like you could do a test like that. I don't know. Quantify how well it's sticking, though. You know, like, yeah. I don't know. Just
could be fun.
It's a perennial debate on any, like, do you guys wet the burlap in advance or no? It's kind of like, I'm sure there's an equivalent in probably like in cooking pasta, right? Do you salt the water or do you not?
If you don't salt the water, what are you doing?
See, there you go. Strong opinions about this kind of thing. And I've had other people go, salt the water? What? You're raising the boiling point? You don't want to do that. Like,
the flavor.
If you oversalt, it does affect the pasta. My mom did that one day.
I'm gonna see how clean I can get this, and then I'm gonna go get more water.
Now, what do you think, chat? Any opinions on whether or not you salt the water when boiling pasta, or do you wet the burlap when you're making a plaster jacket?
Yeah. Or not too wet.
Yeah. So right there, 2 chat messages side by side. Yes, salt the water. Salting the water is useless. Strong opinions. You know, we have a divided chat here.
It's not useless if you enjoy doing it.
There you go. Good point.
Might be useless otherwise. Follow your highs.
Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, I salt the burlap. There you go. Yeah.
Nice. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Get stuck in your teeth otherwise.
Anywho, good stuff. I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick. Oh, these might be the folks here with. Hey, how's it going?
Good. So we're filming with PBS. If you guys don't want to be.
This is here too. Very cool. Yeah. All right. Get something to drink, and then we'll talk to Jaleesa briefly if we can catch her.
En route.
Oh, yeah, because I don't care. So I got a deal doing.
Grab that one. There we go.
They work till 5? 5:30.
Oop. Spilling sports drink on myself. Trying to do everything one-handed here. Oh, I'm a mess.
And then I think Danny is doing a lot of like stuff. So he's I think it's I don't really know Andrew.
Let's go take a look.
Do you want me to just like start taking the forms out?
It'd be an interesting thing to try. Maybe we cut it in 2 and then dip giant pieces that are slightly smaller.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of fun. It could work.
We're thinking of cutting this into 2 giant pieces.
Oh, really?
Trying to
see if we can dip some giant pieces. It could be fun. It could work.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I knew we had some.
Okay, here you
Sorry,
go.
Hunter, do you want to carry this for me?
I remember being on a crew before where, like, we didn't have anything to cut the burlap with, so we ended up just taking, like, sharp rocks, trying to tear the burlap with that. We're back in the Stone Age or something. That's what we were joking about.
But yeah.
I'll give him a hug. I love paleontology.
No, I want to help
Jack these things. Had a chance to do that.
Here. Jaleesa, can we bug you for a minute?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, good to see you again, by the way.
Good to see you, too.
Hope you had a good few days off. If folks want to continue to, sign up and volunteer here, you're the person to contact, right?
Yep.
So the email is?
deputycurator@utah.dinosaurs.org.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah.
There's also a button on our webpage, so if you go to utah.dinosaurs.org and substation Corey, and there's a little button and it says volunteer, so you can click that and it'll take you.
Excellent. Okay.
Also, with that button, there is a donate button, and it'll take you to our donation page.
That's really, is that a recent development? Those
the last
pages?
couple weeks, yeah.
Okay, yeah. We should get the links and
Definitely since you've been here.
we should incorporate those into the commands so that people can just type in a little command. It'll pop up in the chat. They can click it. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks,
So
Lacey. Cool.
it is right.
Yeah.
I can actually show you. It's right on our webpage. Super
Beautiful.
easy to find.
Yeah.
Let's see.
By the way, I was going to say, when I met Paul Olson here, you were saying, oh yeah, he was in When Dinosaurs Roamed America, and I kind of smiled and nodded, because I didn't remember that. You were 100% right. And yeah, we went and watched that clip after I got home. But yeah, that was really cool. So I grew up watching him too, just like you were saying.
So sign up to volunteer and help fund this.
Okay.
So, and that's right on our main webpage, utah.dinosaurs.org.
Thank you so much, Jaleesa. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Very cool. All right, nice. Yeah, a place to send people, exactly. AK Tracker, exactly. Yeah. And fantastic. Thank you, Claire, for posting that link in the chat. Beautiful. And Jaleesa has been doing a million things to help us out here. She's kind of the person to contact if you want to get involved. And so, as you can imagine, she's been very, very busy. Let's see here. How's progress going? I've been missing too many big chunks of the expedition streams. Yeah, Carnotaurus, it's going well. We've got something like 700 specimens since this project started. We had 10 new fishes just yesterday. A few more new ones today.
Oh, you found scissors?
Yeah, we're pretty excited. Things have been going well. So far, it does still sound work here, but we're still holding out hope that maybe folks at the city will change their mind. Maybe they'll move the electrical substation elsewhere, so that we can continue here in perpetuity. Or maybe they'll just extend the project. Maybe they'll delay the construction so that we can continue to work here in the fall or something. That would be wonderful too. Whatever we can get at this point, you know? But this is such a scientifically important site. We're grateful to have been able to get out the specimens that we've been able to collect, but there's so many more here. You know, if there's, 100 fishes that we've gotten out so far, something like that, there's at least probably another 1,000 in here. And how many of those are going to be new species? It's probably quite a few. So, this is really cool. We've got a film crew from PBS here, Public Broadcasting. And yeah. Oh, artillery here. Good old thrill house. Diamond bladed rock saw here. I bet you he's going to be doing some of that on camera. That'll be interesting to see.
is there an email or something we can send to the city? I'll keep you posted on that, Moohoodles. We're trying to figure out what would be most useful. Yeah. This site, there's every reason why it should be preserved. But, you know, a lot of the folks who work here at the museum are also employed by the city. We don't want to rock the boat too much. It's a difficult situation politically. So we're trying to figure out what's the best course of action. What can we recommend that people do, aside from volunteering or donating? If we could do a letter writing campaign or something. We're not sure at this point. We'll have more information hopefully within the next week. And there are, you know, some of the paleontologists here are already working on. So we'll see. I'll keep you posted. The situation's kind of in flux. Gamers Tavern shows his streamer. Look at that TV crew covering the same event as me. Wish my setup was that professional. TV crew says, look at that streamer covering the same event as us. I wish our setup was that lean and streamlined. There you go. Yeah. You know, sometimes walking around at something like this, I kind of feel like, I don't know his name, but Dick Van Dyke's character in Mary Poppins, the one-man band. You know, with all of this gear and everything that I have, I kind of feel like that. But it works, you know? Well, when it works, it works. Doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah. Get that move. Thank you. I'll keep you posted. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. His name was Bert, I guess. Old Bert. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go take a look at what they're doing over here. That's a decent chunk right there. Wow.
No, you don't need to write it. I know.
What's the technical term for rock?
So it looks like Nathan might have found a kind of a beaten up cross section of a hybidon shark spine.
Oh, really? Very nice. I don't think we've been introduced yet. I'm Danny.
Nice to meet you, Nathan.
Nathan, can I get you on camera too? Do you mind?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just.
Yeah.
Good to meet you, Nathan. Yeah. Hybidon shark spine. Ooh.
Right here.
Look at that. Yeah.
Yep.
Very nice. Super cool.
Take a look at that.
Are they? I'm not super familiar with these guys, but I can show you a picture. I can show chat a picture. Hybidon shark. Yeah, it would be something kind of like this. So that would be that spine right there, just anterior to the dorsal fin. Yeah. Very cool. That's like the most charismatic part of the shark to find. So well done. That's like one of the most exciting bits.
It's one of the more common ones, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I think maybe just because they're easier to identify than maybe like the teeth and stuff like that.
They're a little more.
They were like just
maybe
guys.
a foot or two long. Yeah, something like that.
They're a little more robust too.
Yeah, and they're not really like cartilaginous like the rest of the skeleton, so it's a lot easier to preserve. But yeah, cool. Oh, nicely done. Awesome.
You break enough rocks, you find something cool.
Exactly, yeah. You
That's
persistent
what I keep
enough.
telling myself.
Yeah. The rocks on, there we go. Peter Steve says, how do you know it's part of a skeleton and not rock? Based on how it is. Now you kind of learn the textural differences and everything. It just looks very different. Yeah. So let me show you an example. Actually, I'll show you some scales from a semi-anodid fish that I've got over here, and yeah. So where I was working earlier today. Here's my little box of treasures. There we go. So here we've got rock, and there you've got a scale of a semi-anodid fish right here. You can tell how shiny it is right there. So it's got a very enamel-y like texture. So these are these really cool armored fishes that lived here 200 million years ago. This is our probably most common vertebrate animal in the quarry. So far, at least. Here, I'm trying to get this. Do with one hand. There we go, good enough. Semi-noted fish. So they've got all of these scales like that, and these are actually made of bone with enamel over the surface. We call these ganoid scales. Kind of like on a modern gar fish, like Lepisosteus or Atractosteus, like the alley. Also have got these similar kind of bony scales like that. And when you found one, especially if it's really well preserved and shiny like this, you know what you've got. So this part with the little prongs right here on the left side, this is from like where it attaches to the skin. And then this trailing edge over here is kind of the exterior part. That's why it's nice and shiny like that. There's a bunch of these. Not all of them are as pretty. But there's another one. There's some more right here. Yeah. So one fish like this can have hundreds of scales. And so that's one of the reasons why these guys are so common, you know? Why these scales are so common in these rocks. There's one fish, you can get hundreds of scales, maybe thousands, I don't know. But, yeah. And Mizart rules, is the color always reddish for the fossils? Not always, but it does tend to be kind of reddish. Yeah, and that might be something to do chemically with like having really, well, when the carcass is decomposing, you know, there's a lot of iron in there. And that can kind of like leach out and kind of form like a halo around the organic bits. But that is one of those indicators when we're looking for fossil fishes in these layers. It often pays to target areas that look kind of reddish like this. This might be an indication that there's a fish right under here. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. But the red staining like that is often a good clue. Yeah. Yeah. And anyhow. And there you go, Starma, yeah. It is one of those things that when you're doing, I don't know, when you're kind of learning how to find fossils in the first place, you end up with a lot of false positives. So one of the most important things to do when you're learning to identify fossils is just ask a bunch of questions. You know, if you have somebody experienced nearby, ask, hey, anything? Is this anything? And you'll get a lot of no's at first, asking. Because, you know, eventually you'll get a yes. And then you can kind of build that mental picture. You develop a feeling for what is a fossil and what isn't. You know, what's rock and then what's actually the remains of an organism. And Ken says, did they show the halo around the hybodont shark teeth? Not that today yet, but we might be able to take a look at some of those later if they haven't already been packed away. But some of those teeth do have, in the red layers, it's interesting. They've got kind of a green halo around them. And then the green layers, they've got kind of a red halo around them sometimes. It's interesting how that works. Yeah. And Zul says it's amazing how small and minute these finds are. To the untrained eye, could be easily overlooked. Absolutely, yeah. And there are certainly fossils that we are overlooking here. Given that we have to work so quickly, we've got such a tight deadline here, there will be stuff that we're missing. And so, in a way, we're trying to save blocks like this so that we can bring them back to the museum, process them later. Got more. So, which is at the end of the month, that's something we got to think about more and more, you know. So yeah. And hey, Verity, welcome back to Paleo. I hope your streams have been going well, Verity. It's good to see you. Prehistoric plazacist, this reminds me of when I was 5 or 6. I found a chalk clam fossil, which is cool in and of itself. But I was convinced for several years it was a plesiosaur flipper bone. That's fun, yeah. Plesiosaur, they've got very distinctive bones on their flippers. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get some noise here.
Okay. Fine.
Okay. Locked and loaded. So this is our diamond-bladed rock saw here. And there's museum curator Andrew Milner donning a respirator mask and hearing protection and eye protection. Making some cuts around this fossil fish. In a situation like this where we've got limited time at an excavation, equipment like that can really help speed things up. I don't know if we'd be using that under normal circumstances, but given that our deadline is swiftly approaching, it's wonderful to be able to use things like rock saws. A fossil that might take days to excavate, you can get out in maybe a couple hours. Well, maybe not a couple hours, but a lot quicker than you would otherwise. The trenching, which might take a couple days, could just take an hour or two. Yeah. Good stuff. We've been using rock saws on my crew out in Wyoming as well, led by Ethan Cowgill. Our skull site that we have, the rock there is so tough. So rather than working for weeks and weeks and weeks, just chiseling through things by hand, bit by bit of, you know, one tiny fragment of rock at a time. Oh man, that really, really helps out. And use drills. Not really, Peter Steves. We've not used any drills here this week. Yeah. A Nightfall the Red says, what's the thought process going into what to save and what to skip? We're trying to save whatever we can. So that's not just dinosaur teeth, it's not just fossil fish, but it's invertebrate burrows and tracks and whatever else we can get. But generally, if it looks diagnostic, if it looks like the preservation is good, no matter what it is, then we want to collect it. Does that make sense? So whether it's a fossil plant, or an invertebrate burrow, or a fish, the better it looks, the more inclined we are to collect it. What's the most common fish? Yeah, so the fish here are the most common critter around. So these jackets here, this is a fish right here, under this block, under that one, under that one, all of these are fish. So this there is mostly fish down here, but then these upper layers up here are where we're getting our occasional bits of
dinosaur and stuff. A couple of fragments of vertebrae and stuff like that. I think it actually had a pretty complete vert the other week. And then some dinosaur teeth from up here also. It's, yeah. The stuff is much more sparse up here. Like Jeff was telling us earlier, given that this is like kind of almost a soily horizon up there, like an ancient soil, the conditions aren't as good for preserving things like but your more robust elements, your vertebrae, your teeth, things like that, those are what you'll find up here. But it's occasional, you know? Yeah. I'm glad Andrew's getting to use the rock saw. He's been looking forward to that all day. Yeah. And here we'll check in with Hannah for a second. Perennial rituals that we do every time we do field work and we're doing jacketing.
Yep.
The ceremonial removal of the plaster from one's hands.
And that's another good debate is do you wash your hands immediately when you do plaster or do you let it dry first? I always let mine dry first.
I often do too. I've found using sunscreen on your hands after the plaster is dried sometimes helps get it off faster. But not everybody likes that though. Some people think it's really slimy and gross. And, so, you know, to each their own. Yeah.
Let's get our white hand of Saruman.
All right. Nice. All that dusted. All right, let's take a look right here. Nice. Wow, really takes it out of your head.
Yeah, it's hard on the back.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Looks
man.
like a disaster area, but it's actually pretty good fish.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I can recognize this
kind of
part
more
for sure.
circular. I'm not quite sure what's going on. It could be a completely blown up fish. Then again, we do find them, and sometimes they're just bodies, but every now and then there's a skull mixed in there too.
Yeah.
It's also kind of interesting because the skulls tend to stay articulated on these surfaces, which is kind of cool.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Bones and fish skulls, so
Yeah.
when they stay together, that's always a good thing.
Yeah. Looking forward to a shower, maybe.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, you definitely deserve it. Yeah, so what Andrew's doing here is, if we can remove this section here, then we've got kind of a ready-made trench around it. Makes it so much easier to take out.
I have a couple more cuts to do. I just
Gotcha.
ran out of steam.
Yeah.
So.
Understandable.
Yep.
Nice. So yeah, what would have taken probably days to trench by hand, you can do in just
Then again, rock
less than an
saws
hour.
Can be dangerous.
Yeah.
Because you saw the blade from yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, pretty freaky. It's kind of funny. Tyler's like from the Natural History Museum, so like, oh, that blade's still good. You haven't totally worn it all down.
That's nuts. Yeah. I would not use that. All right. Let's see here. Network 2 instead of sunscreen says AK tracker. Yeah, but we don't often have that like on. Usually we do have sunscreen at the ready, but yeah, but no, it's a good point, AK tracker. Yeah. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, it is definitely cooler today than it was yesterday, and it'll be even cooler tomorrow. So that's nice. It's a pleasant surprise for St. George, you know.
I mean, a whole dinosaur would guarantee. In my eyes.
cool stuff. And does the cooler weather make the rock harder to cut? And it's not like butter, Special Agent Bob. It's not like the rock gets easier to cut through if you take it out of the fridge. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, it makes cutting less miserable. That's true, AK Tracker, yeah. Especially with all the like personal protective equipment, you know, the ear protection and the respirator and everything. When it's really hot out, it can be kind of miserable to wear that. So if it's a little bit cooler, anywho, yeah. Yeah, look at the equipment they've got. Some professional repeating what that chatter was saying. Like, it is cool seeing, you know, the pros at work here. Yeah. Some Tyvek suits. What kind of budget do you think we're working with here, Special Agent? We're lucky to be able to have toilet paper to put on the fossils. Tyvek suits. You think we're made of airports here? Yeah. Bricklane says, how do you determine if a fossil is male or female, especially for a new species of dinosaur? We usually can't. In almost no cases can we determine that. Yeah, although that's controversial too.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they can just produce it whenever.
Well, we were talking with my old undergrad advisor about this on stream, and he's like, he's not convinced that medullary bone is a real thing in dinosaurs.
Yeah, no.
So yeah. Anyway, so yeah.
I've also heard about like saltosaurids, their osteoderms acting as their medullary bone.
Potentially,
and, like,
yeah.
reabsorbing it, which is super weird.
They can use it as like mineral storage,
Yeah.
potentially, yeah.
Crazy.
So, and chylosaurs might do the same thing also.
Right.
I think it was Antarctopelta. There's evidence of that in that critter, but yeah. So anyway, the point is, dinosaurs, kind of like birds, they seem to be skeletally identical, male and female. Maybe they differ in size, but yeah. Anywho, yeah. And you can prove it if there's an egg inside them, right? Yeah, this is true, AK Tracker. I think there might be one or two examples of a gravid theropod dinosaur, maybe like an Oviraptorosaur with eggs inside. So that's a way to tell, yeah, that animal was female, but apart from that, it's really difficult. Nigh impossible, I would say. Yeah. Anywho, just want to say thanks for covering this. We really appreciate it. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're very happy at PBS to cover this.
This is hopefully right up your alley. I think it's really interesting.
Oh, yeah,
and
it really is.
Yeah. I've been trying to bring attention to the site and everything by doing live streams, and it's been really good. So yeah. I'm streaming right now actually. If got 428 people watching, but okay if I point the camera at you, is that all right? Yeah. Fito.
You too. Hi, Danny.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm a paleontologist. I've been working here. I was here a few weeks ago too, and just trying to gather attention, get people to donate, get people to volunteer, all that stuff. So
it's really important.
It really is. Yeah.
It's a really interesting Utah story, especially.
It really is. Yeah. I drove here from California. We don't have dinosaurs where I live.
Right.
So as a dinosaur paleontologist, kind of jealous. You've got dinosaurs right here in your backyard, all over the place.
Are you actually camping here?
That's my tent right there. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So we're lucky that the city has given us permission to do that. So
right? Yeah. That's one part of the story that we were interested in communicating. It was that they're working alongside the city to get this done and to get all the specimens and fossils that we can.
We really wish that we had more. Move the electrical substation 50 feet that way, we would be overjoyed.
Yeah.
But I understand that sometimes it's difficult with all this red tape and the planning and everything else, so we're just doing whatever we can. But,
yeah, absolutely. I'm really happy that you are also here live streaming. I feel like this is this sort of story that should be amplified.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Cool. The awesome work that they're doing here. This is makes me really happy, getting the word out about this. But yeah, anywho. Yeah. And Ice Island says 50 feet is all it would take. Gosh, that seems doable. I know, right? Well, we'll see if it's doable. Yeah. I don't know. At the very least, the fact that we've had the opportunity to come here and excavate these fossils and put out this call for help and had all of these wonderful people pitch in, that's something to be grateful for at the end of the day, even if nothing else, you know? And so, yeah. 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 And Jan 666, do you know what kind of dinosaur you've got there? It's not been named yet. We've got several dinosaurs from here. We've got vertebrae and we've got teeth. We're starting to find tantalizing bits and pieces of the dinosaurs that are here, but not enough yet to actually name anything. So what we've got are the primary evidence that we've got that there were dinosaurs here are the tracks that they were leaving. Tracks like these, especially the Growlator tracks there on the right. I can show you some of those in a minute if you'd like. We've got some saved over there. But Growlator is probably an animal kind of like this, like a coelophysoid type dinosaur. So kind of a little meat eater. And this is one that's shown swimming in this ancient lake. This layer down here represents the lake bed right here. So we call this the fish bed, and we've had all kinds of fossil fishes come out of here.
Yeah, no, we get little pebbles in this layer.
Right there. Yeah, so they're pretty cool. And we're starting to find bits of body fossils too. Not just footprints, but teeth, vertebrae, stuff like that. We're really hoping that in one of these upper layers over here, we might find important diagnostic bone, something that can tell us dinosaur is unique, so we could finally name it. If we could find a maxilla, one of the tooth-bearing bones in the upper jaw, that would be phenomenal. Yeah, there's some other skull bones that would be really, really cool to find. It's, yeah, you never know what you're going to kick into here. So things might be a little bit slow going in these upper layers, but this is where we've been finding the bits and pieces of dinosaurs. Yeah. And Poemcat says, I've met the artist who drew that picture. They're really talented. Is that H. Coit Luderman there? A lot of these are Luderman's work. Like this semi-anodid fish right here. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, the artist does have a lot of talent for sure. Yeah. Poemcat, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Very cool. Small world. It's so cool that you know the artist. And what kind of area it was when it was like, what do you mean, John? Or Jan? What kind of area was it? Do you mean, here, I can show you. You're here. This is, I think this might be one of Ron Blakey's maps. So this is like what we call a paleo map, trying to show what this area would have looked like at the time, about 200 million years ago. So it's the enormous freshwater lake, miles and miles and miles from the coast. It's about the size of maybe like Lake Erie or something like that today. So huge, kind of shallow, but really, really wide freshwater lake. And in it you had all different kinds of both bony fishes and cartilaginous fishes swimming around. You had dinosaurs wading into the shallows, going after those fishes, leaving their tracks on the lake shore and in the bottom of the lake too. You've got them swimming around like we see right here, buoyed up by the water, leaving those swim traces there. Just all kinds of little snapshots of what life was like here 200 million years ago. This is an incredibly special site in that regard, and yeah, that's what we're trying to save here, you know? Let's take a look at some of those tracks, actually, while we've got a moment. Oh, and here, let me grab my knee pad before it flies over the horizon. The gust of wind. There we go. Weigh that thing down. That'll work. All right, let's look at some of those tracks. There we go. So, this is almost like on a cooking show. Here's some we've prepared earlier. So some of those swim traces right here. So this is when the animal is kind of kicking its way through the water, and then the distal ends of its toes are just scraping the bottom right there. And that's these scrape marks. You see one right here, one right here, one right there. We've got more right here. There. And then some of these we actually have three-toed tracks that are like, traditional footprints. Like, here's one right here. So there's one toe with a claw at the end, other toe with a claw, and that one's faint there, right there. So yeah, we've got hundreds of these. Below the fish bed, we've got more of them, more swim tracks. So this area is just chock full of these. It's kind of incredible. We're lucky that we have this here. This is one of the things that makes St. George so special. That's why we want to preserve it, Yeah. It's crazy that something like that fossilizes. Yeah, Special Agent Bob. It's pretty darn cool. Again, because that's not just the remains of a dead animal. It's not part of a carcass. Not to denigrate body fossils. That's what I work on mostly. But when you can find an ichthyofossil like that, a trace that the animal left while it was alive, that's a glimpse into a moment in its life. I think that's really special, It's like you can relate to that in a way that I think kind of gets you right here, in a sense. Like, here's this animal living its life, walking around on the banks of an ancient lake, maybe like you've done. Probably not an ancient lake, but you know what I mean. Like, hey, I've walked on the bank of a lake before. I know what that's like. Here's these animals doing that 200 million years ago. And we've got that preserved for that whole length of time. It's pretty incredible. And is the site Ratian or Rangian? This is the earliest Jurassic. So it's Plinimurian? Andrew would know off the top of his head. What's our stage?
Rangian here.
Nice.
Yeah.
So just about 200 million years.
Yeah, 201 to 200 million.
Nice,
Maybe a little younger.
You were saying that you had some ashes in one of the layers over there.
Down low.
Are those datable, you think?
Unfortunately, they didn't give us good results. So there were sanidine crystals in it, but unfortunately, no good data. But Selena Suarez's work in the upper part of the Dinosaur Canyon, remember? So below the museum level.
Yeah.
She was able to identify where the Triassic-Jurassic boundary is.
Nice.
And the ETE, the end Triassic extinction. So, basically the extinction of terrestrial animals prior to the extinction where they put the marker in the marine rocks. It's different.
Interesting. Is that an error, or is it actually just different times for terrestrial and marine?
Different periods of time, different things are happening.
Wild.
Whether or not how closely related they are still to be figured out.
Interesting. So that's a new frontier here. Like, that's all new information.
Yeah.
And
it's kind of cool because a lot of the study in the West started because of after the discovery of this site. It's just sparked interest. Jurassic boundary, so it's been incredible to kind of see that evolve, especially for the American Southwest.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah. Shoot. Thanks. Oh, I did not realize that. That's really cool. Yeah. But yeah, and 200 million is such a cool number. I agree, Jag Money. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Ms. Art rules. Trilobites at this point would have been extinct for about 50 million years. They went extinct at the very end of the Permian, and they had been in decline before that too. So trilobites have become more and more late Permian, and then they're extinct. You know, they went completely extinct at least 10 million years before the first dinosaurs evolved, I think. Yeah. But yeah. And Jan says in Estonia we've got a lot of trilobites. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah. Still really want to go trilobite hunting. And you've got great places for that here in Utah, Moohoodles. If you ever make it out to Delta, Utah, in the, what is that, the eastern part of the state? Western part of the state? Yeah, that's one of the world's hottest spots for finding trilobites. Elrathia kingi is that kind of trilobite that's most common there. And if a trilobite is from North America and you see it for sale in a rock shop, chances are it's probably Elrathia kingi, and it's probably from that part of Utah. There's places where you can go and, you know, you pay a few bucks and you get to go out and dig trilobites. They let you like fill a bucket of them, and yeah, it's pretty cool. I got to stop in Delta, Utah on my way back from the field last summer, and yeah, picked up a few Elrathia kingi. They're cool. Yeah. Anyhow. And is that the Wheeler Shale? I'm not sure. I don't know enough about it's. I think Middle or Late Cambrian is the stuff out in Delta, Utah. Wheeler Shale sounds familiar. I bet you it is. Yeah. And Golganek wishes trilobites were still around. Both. Yeah. It would be pretty cool to still have them around. Yeah, I just attended an interesting talk about trilobites. What was that, last Tuesday, I think? Yeah, so as arthropods, they would molt their exoskeletons. And so a lot of trilobite fossils are, it's not the whole animal, it's just the exoskeleton there. And they kind of do that at different stages of growth. And what's interesting is they add segments the more they grow. And so the first like molts from them are just really simple. Some of them almost look like a little sphere or something. And then they add more and more parts as they get bigger and older. And so each time they molt, they're growing new segments. And so understanding their ontogeny, understanding their life history, how they change as they grow and develop, is really important. And so there is a visiting researcher. She came to Berkeley to give this talk, but I think she works at AM&H in New York City, the American Museum of Natural History. She was doing some really interesting work on trilobite growth and development. It's cool stuff. It's cool stuff. They're interesting animals for sure. And I raise aquarium shrimp makes me think of that. There you go, Rhyothellium too. Yeah, aquarium shrimp I'm sure are also, as they grow, since their skeleton is on the outside, it's like an exterior shell. As their body grows, they need to get rid of that so they can continue to grow. It's almost like, you know, buying new clothes when you go up a size. They're doing that just as a matter of course, you know? They're developing, that's part of their life cycle. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, astronomy show, super cool. Trilobite eyes are really interesting. Are they made of, I always forget, is it aragonite? But super interesting structure to their eyes. They've got so many different lenses on there. It's really fascinating. And they were such a successful group of organisms. They were around for I guess all told, they were around for like over 250 million years. Just wild to think about. And in many places they are lined. Just nuts. And then, yeah, you've got these extinction events that happen, like we were talking about earlier. Let me find that chart again. My visual aids here. There you go. So, these 5 mass extinction events. Yeah. You know, take these numbers as gospel or anything. They're always being refined. But for example, at the end Ordovician extinction event, we lose a bunch of different families of trilobites. So a bunch of them go extinct. But there's other trilobites, and there's new species that evolve, new families and stuff. We lose more of them in the late Devonian. And then the end Permian is when the last of the trilobites go completely extinct. So no more trilobites after 250 million years ago. They're just gone. They'd been in decline until that point. Fewer and fewer families around. But then this huge crisis at the end of the Permian just knocks out the last of the trilobites. They were significantly diminished before, and that's the coup de grace for Trilobita. Trilobita? For the trilobites. The extinction event at the end of the Permian happened to be the same one that paves the way for the dinosaurs to evolve. Dinosaurs probably evolved around 240 million years ago. We start finding recognizable dinosaur fossils, indisputable ones, about 230 million years ago. And then dinosaurs, during the Triassic period, like we were talking about with Jeff, they were an interesting component of a lot of different ecosystems, but they weren't, they weren't the only show in town yet. Think about, you've got this ensemble cast of all kinds of different weird reptiles, and then maybe think about it like that show gets canceled for whatever reason, and dinosaurs are the spin-off show that really takes off after that. Is that a good analogy? I don't know, but yeah. And then dinosaurs basically rule the Earth from the beginning of the Jurassic, represented by these rocks right here, 200 million years ago, until the end of the Cretaceous, 66 million years ago, where we have another mass extinction event. It's maybe like 80% of species on Earth go extinct, something crazy like that. And what makes the end Cretaceous extinction event so special, what makes it possibly unique, is that geologically it's practically instantaneous. General consensus is that it's due to a massive impact. So an asteroid strike, a giant rock from outer space, roughly the size of the city of San Francisco, just smashes into the Earth in the Gulf of Mexico, and briefly changes the climate so rapidly that creatures just can't adapt. It threw up a tremendous amount of dust, caused global wildfires that put all kinds of soot and other particulate matter into the atmosphere, blocked out the sun. Food webs just collapsed from that, both in the oceans and on land. And the oceans, all these photosynthetic microorganisms, things like phytoplankton, who are the base of the food chain, they die. And so the zooplankton that feed on them die, and the small fishes die, and the large fishes, and you just have a collapse of the food chain. The same thing happens on land. All these photosynthetic plants without sunlight, with all the sunlight blocked out by all that particulate matter in the air, the plants die, the plant eaters die, the meat eaters die, you get a collapse. So you get the majority of species on Earth dying on land and in the oceans. We're starting to develop at the end of the Cretaceous. We've got that crater. It's pretty well studied. The end Triassic extinction event, not as well studied. And part of figuring that out is looking at faunas like this, looking at who's left over after that extinction event. And if we can divine some sort of a pattern from that, divine is not the right word. If we can carefully study things, notice some patterns, and make some observations, test hypotheses, maybe we can start to figure out what was going on then. Why did certain species go extinct and why did certain species survive? You know? Don't do trophic collapses. Space, you're not wrong. But how do you avoid trophic collapse like that? Yeah. And Starmus says, would it be possible for the writer of the book on St. George to sign the book I ordered it through Amazon, so I don't know if that's even possible. Yeah, so it doesn't ship from the museum, Starma. That's going to be from an Amazon warehouse. Yeah. But, yeah. Anywho, maybe we can bug Jeff again for a minute and ask about, you willing to talk about Jurassic extinction? The current hypotheses for that, like, why do you get this extinction event? Yeah.
Well, I think the best, I should say most of them, extinctions of several of the big five mass extinctions are associated with very large scale.
Would this help at all?
Yes. So of the five big mass extinctions: Ordovician, Devonian, Permian, Triassic, and Cretaceous. At least these three. And I can't remember if those two are also associated with volcanism.
I think Ordovician is, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, my somewhat outdated information, if I remember right, says that these suggests that these extinctions coincide with like sea level drop, so global cooling periods.
Yeah.
At least that's one of the explanations. But these three are definitely occurring at the same time as massive volcanic eruptions. So you've got the Siberian traps, which are massive flood basalts which are occurring in Siberia during the Permian. The Triassic extinction occurs about the same time that you have Pangea beginning to break apart, and so you have massive volcanism occur basically where the Atlantic Ocean will eventually form.
Gotcha.
Because you're basically forming oceanic of magma. And then the end Cretaceous extinction also occurs about the same time as massive volcanic eruptions taking place. This one just happens to coincide with the major asteroid impact. But it's interesting that all three of these events coincide with these unusually big outpourings of magma. And there hasn't really been another equally convincing explanation, at least nothing that's been identified, that coincides nicely with the end Triassic extinction.
Yeah.
There's a massive Triassic impact crater in Quebec called the Manicouagan crater. And back in the 90s, in fact, you can actually see it from space. It forms Lake Manicouagan. It's also known as the Eye of Quebec, and you can find it pretty easily on Google Earth.
Oh, okay.
And it dates to about 215 MA. Back in the 80s, and maybe not the 80s, but the 90s certainly, it was being suggested as possibly coinciding with the end Triassic extinction because it hadn't been dated very well at the time, but we now know it occurred several million years prior to that. It does approximately, that impact at 215 MA does coincide with some changes in the vertebrate fauna happening here in North America.
Interesting.
Which
is near the impact site. Yeah, like it's in North America. Yeah.
Well, on the same continent.
Yeah.
But there are other things going on. So that's what's been called the Adamanian-Breuveltian turnover. You get a lot of aquatic taxa, like metoposaurs, become much less common. A lot of plant-eating reptiles go extinct at that time. Many species of Aedosaurs and other plant-eating reptiles disappear at about 215 MA. But there is also other things going on. For example, there's evidence of increasing aridification. The climate is getting very dry in the western U.S., and that there's a very abrupt shift toward dry climate at exactly that same level.
Interesting.
So that could be. There's a couple reasons why that might be happening. So it's not clear that impact coincides with an extinction. The interesting thing about mass extinctions is that the asteroid impact that killed the dinosaurs is of course very famous, but generally speaking, major impacts don't seem to be very good at causing mass extinctions, because there have been many throughout Earth history that don't seem to coincide with a major extinction, whereas these massive volcanic eruptions often do seem to coincide with major events.
Right.
So we talked about the Carnian fluvial episode, which was another major climate shift that took place in the Triassic, or late Triassic, and then also coincides with major volcanic eruptions taking place off the western coast of North America.
So people are going to be wondering, like, what's the mechanism for volcanic eruptions causing climate change? And they might be picturing like, oh, everything just drowned in magma. That's not what we're talking about here.
Right. So, I mean, the major culprit with volcanic eruption is all the stuff that basically is thrown up into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And there's a couple things that happen. One is over the long term you get global warming because you're producing lots of CO2, which can build up in the atmosphere, and that's very famously been implicated for the Triassic extinction. But there's also, prior to that warming period, there's also a cooling phase that is more immediate, because a lot of those things that get thrown up in the atmosphere basically serve to block off the sun.
Right.
So you basically get a cooling phase, and you look at some of the major historic impacts that have happened within the last couple of centuries.
Like Mount Pinatubo or something like that.
Pinatubo and Krakatoa and Tambora. All these major eruptions that have taken place have often coincided with unusually cold winters and other climate impacts, which have been recorded on historical timescales. So that's sort of the immediate thing. But then if you're also producing lots of CO2 over long periods of time, you can get these longer-term warming phases that really heat things up. So you get a cooling phase, maybe followed by a long-term global warming.
So that sounds like a real shock, like going from cool climate to warm climate really suddenly. Like species would have difficulty adapting to that, and interesting, yeah. So
ideas about exactly how the Triassic extinction caused was so it's sort of accepted that the volcanism where the Atlantic was opening up is probably a major event like that's known for the end of the Triassic, at least right now. Exactly what the mechanism is not clear. It's been suggested it might have been the extreme warming, like it's been implicated with the Permian extinction. But in more recent years, the cooling phase has been implicated, because it's been argued that dinosaurs with higher metabolisms and possibly with insulation might have been better suited for surviving.
If they had proto feathers, they could use them as insulation. Yeah.
So it's possible that's the explanation.
Cool.
Whereas other species that weren't as well adapted for cold conditions basically went extinct. They couldn't deal with the short-term cooling impacts.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate you. Yeah. Nice. And sorry about all the noise. I was going to say, Andrew's back to rock sawing over there. Hopefully the volume is okay. I turned the volume rocker up a little bit. Thank you, Claire, for letting me know. Hopefully that improved things. Yeah. Oh. And you're definitely getting some praise in the chat. Thanks, Jeff. I could listen to Jeff all day, etc., etc. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Anywho, yeah. Oh, you saw you had muted your stream on your... Oh, gotcha, Claire. Okay, let me turn it down a little bit then. Sorry, everybody. Okay. And Jesse by Day says, who makes these laminated cliff notes? What do you mean? That was me. Oh, taking on, Mike?
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks again for all your help. Really appreciate it. Yeah. All right, via fist bump.
Yeah, there you go. All right, see ya.
Take care. Travel safe. All right.
You're amazing. That'd be like crazy arm strength.
A little bit. Hard on the back, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was running out of gas. A bit of weight. It could do a little bit of trenching.
I will start it. Yeah. Thank you.
Left my lambda flow up.
Neat. Somebody was asking about the visual aids that I put together here. So I made these. These are just images from the internet. I tried to credit the artists whenever I can. But I put these together because when I'm here on site, it's different from when I'm streaming from my office, when I can just pull up images or videos or other visual stuff to show everybody on my computer. Here, the whole point of me being out in the field is to show you how all of this works, to show rather than just tell.
And this allows me to do that with some of these concepts that I wouldn't otherwise be able to show. So, yeah, does that make sense? So, this took a while to put together, but I think it was worth it. Hopefully you at home appreciate that.
There's some of those.
And Google the 5 mass extinction chart to follow along. There you go, Jack Money. Yeah. The funny thing about, we're still kind of figuring out like what is a mass extinction. There isn't really a super hard and fast definition for what a mass extinction is. And you might think that sounds silly, like, well, of course, it's when a bunch of species die. But how many species? And over what length of time? And where do you draw the boundaries around what constitutes a mass extinction instead of just a major biotic crisis or lack of, decline in biodiversity or something like that? And so mass extinction is not really like a hard and fast term. It's not very well defined. You kind of know it when you see it, but those edge cases, do you count them as mass extinctions or do you not? Yeah. It would be cool to interview Kevin Padian about this at some point, but we'll see if we can do that. I don't know, because he's got some opinions on this kind of thing. Yeah, it's like trying to define what constitutes a viral video. There you go, Special Agent Bob, yeah. And Jim says, indeed. Yeah, Jim, it's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. To bring up our chart again, is the Jurassic Cretaceous extinction event? Is that a mass extinction? There's a bunch of groups of dinosaurs that seem to die out at that point. A bunch of species go extinct. Certain families become far less diverse. Yeah. How abrupt does a decline in biodiversity have to be globally in order to be a mass extinction? Do mass extinctions have to be global? Could they be regional? Could they be on a continent scale? I don't think we have, our definitions for these things. Maybe in the future we will, or maybe it'll continue to be a slightly vague sort of term. I don't know. Yeah, it's not like in geology where you have like working groups that actually decide, they come to a consensus on, yes, the end of the Cretaceous period is exactly at this point. You've got a golden spike where it's at 66.0025 million years ago or whatever. We don't have that for like mass extinctions. And it's interesting, other fields of science, like in astronomy, you'll have like gatherings of scientists where they'll get together and they'll talk about whether or not Pluto should be considered a planet anymore. And they'll hold a vote on that kind of thing. We don't really do that kind of thing in paleontology. We kind of run based on, kind of like a vague consensus that builds over time. So yeah. Anyway, hopefully this discussion isn't too inside baseball here. And Jim says, my talk at the 12th International Cretaceous Symposium in Germany. There you go, yeah. Complete extinction of the Morrison dinosaur fauna. Is it complete though, Jim? Or do the camptosaurs and the nodosaurs make it through? Yeah. I don't know the answer to that. I'm asking you. But again, that's why we're doing that work in the Cedar Mountain Formation. And that recovery fauna, just like this is a recovery fauna at the beginning of Jurassic, that's one after the end of the Jurassic, at the beginning of the Cretaceous. If you're trying to figure out who goes doesn't, you got to look before and after the extinction event in order to be able to figure out who's left standing, So all of this takes a lot of work. Yeah. And maybe 2 to 3 survive, says Jim. 2 to 3 species? Or 2 to 3 lineages? Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Special Agent Bob says that's because paleontologists are all cowboys shooting from the hip with science. Oh yeah, definitely. No. Yeah. And Jan says, It's interesting how alligators and crocodiles survived. There might be a story there too. And holy cow, Kuma Monster, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. Holy cow, 393 people just waltzing in. Welcome to our emergency fossil dig site here in St. George, Utah. We're helping out with the excavation. When I'm not streaming, I'm trying to draw attention to what's going on here, trying to get people informed, get people to donate or volunteer or share things on social media. This is right here, smack dab in the middle of St. George, Utah. Housing development, a middle school, a museum, a Taco Bell over there. That's where I had lunch. One of the main roads in the town. We're in the middle of one of the fastest growing towns in the American West.
Hey,
and what's that?
Over here, and I can tell you how much I hate doing this.
Give me just a minute.
Sure.
But yeah, we're here trying to excavate whatever fossils we can from this extremely important site here before it gets bulldozed by the city. We're on city property right now, and the city has decided that this land that was formerly protected, they want to build an electrical substation here and just destroy all of this. So we're here, we've got until the end of the month, we're told, to excavate as many specimens as we can. These are fossil fishes, bones and teeth of dinosaurs, trackways, fossil footprints of dinosaurs, traces left by fish, invertebrates, there's burrows, there's all fossil plants, all kinds of stuff here. Like a beautiful snapshot of what life was like here 200 million years ago. This site is pretty close to unique in the world, showing, you know, what conditions on our planet were like after a mass extinction event. So it's really important to understand. We're trying to do whatever science we can before we can't do no more science no more here. I've been streaming for 3 hours, almost 4 hours at this point, so yeah. Anywho, if any of you've got any questions, let me know. My name's Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Been out and trying to get the word out about this. So, whole point is to show you firsthand how we do fossil science. That's what I normally do. This is more limited time to excavate all these really important fossils. Anyway, how was your stream? Sorry, where are my manners there? Kuma, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And they were doing some IRL as well. Excellent. It's good to have you here. Dinosaur I've ever helped to dig? Asks Lama Manka. Good question. The Camarasaurus. I've helped excavate some isolated limb bones from a big long-necked sauropod dinosaur. I don't know, your typical Camarasaurus lentis is probably like, I don't know, 60, 70 feet long, something like that? I don't know, I'm guessing here. But yeah, did that in 2022, I want to say, with LJ Krumanacker out in the Morrison Formation. Yeah. Did you say Camarasaurus? No, that'd be one of the most reliable of dinosaurs. You never have to take it to the mechanic. No, Camarasaurus, not Camarosaurus. It's a dinosaur named by Edward Drinker Cope. Long-necked sauropod dinosaur skull. The name means chambered lizard on account of the big air-filled chambers in its noggin. These big fenestrae there in its skull. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But it's good to have everybody here. Let me know if you've got any serious questions too. But yeah. And very cool, George Trips. Trilobites, nice. So this site here represents a time in Earth history about 50 million years after the trilobites went extinct. So this is the very beginning of the Jurassic period. Since we've got so many new people here, let's pull out some of these visual aids. Here we go. If I were to go back in time and send you a postcard from this spot 200 million years ago, maybe it would look something kind of like this. Lovely artwork by H. Coit Luderman here. So this environment is an ancient lake. Huge freshwater lake that covered much of southern Utah, northern Arizona at the time. And dinosaurs here, walking around, swimming around, freshwater fishes, both bony fishes and cartilage. We've got evidence of all those critters here. We've got their fossils, not just bits of their bodies, not just body fossils, bones and teeth, and scales and stuff, but we've got trace fossils as well. Footprints, trackways, burrows, all kinds of traces that these animals left, as they were living their lives here. Even swimming traces from some of these dinosaurs. So we've got some really, really cool trackways here where these dinosaurs are walking around along the shores of this lake, and then they're getting into the water and they're swimming. So the footprints change from like regular footprints on land into what we call swim tracks. So these long streaks that they're making in the mud as they're kicking with their feet trying to swim, and then kind of scraping the bottom with their claws like that. And I can show you some of those over here. It's really neat stuff. So, yeah. Let's take a look. So we've got some of these over here. Really important fossil site here. We're doing whatever we can to save whatever we can before, did I mention this earlier after the raid? Before this gets bulldozed by the city. They told us we've got until the end of the month to work here to excavate as many fossils as we can. April 30th is our drop dead date, we've been told. So it's all hands on deck, trying to excavate whatever we can before this gets nuked, Some of these incredible fossils are over here. These footprints. Find you a decent looking tridactyl, maybe graulator footprint here. Oh, there's one. This is pretty okay. You see the back of the foot. That's the most defined right here. So there's the heel, there's one of the toes going that direction, another toe going there, another one going there. It's not the prettiest one in the world, but there it is. So you're looking at the underside. Flipped over. The dinosaur was stepping into the mud and left this imprint like that. So there's a cast of its foot there. Got another one right here. One toe, two toes, three toes. So those are kind of, footprints in the mud. And then right here, we've got some of these swim tracks like this. So they're not really stepping, they're kicking with their feet, and sometimes those claws are scraping the mud bottom right there. Just like that one, this one's upside down. So picture the claws going like that, leaving that streak there. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Good stuff. And is there any kind of find that could put a hold on the building and extend your dig? I'm not sure, Open Out. That's up to whoever's making these decisions at the city. And, yeah. If we were to find a semi-complete skeleton of a dinosaur in here, maybe that would do it, because that's the thing. We've got these footprints here, and we think it's maybe a dinosaur kind of like this, leaving these tracks. But we don't have anything close to a complete skeleton. We've got a few bits and pieces so far. We've got some vertebrae, we've got some teeth, and they're very intriguing. But this is a dinosaur that hasn't been named yet. There's several dinosaurs here, by the way. None of them have been named. We don't have their skeletons yet. If we are to find them here, they're going to be in that upper layer, where like the guy in the white shirt is working right there.
There's a few very intriguing pieces, but nothing yet that we could publish on. Yeah. Nothing that we could name a new taxon based on, I should say. You know? If there's ever going to be a St. Georgeosaurus, we should get some better material than some isolated teeth or a single vertebra or something, you know? Yeah. So you can name it if you find it, says Alsair? I mean, no, maybe I'd be an author on the paper, but, you know? Yeah. Yeah. There's museum curator Andrew Milner down there with the rock saw. He's working on excavating fossil fish. Under normal circumstances, we'd probably be doing this sort of work by hand, but we've got such a limited timeline here. Deadline's really coming up on us, so we've got to resort to using power tools like this to try and work as quickly as we can here, you know? We'll get some respite from the noise there. And we've got some jacketing going on over here. Proper plaster and burlap jacketing. The heavy duty stuff, not just the gypsonas. Yeah. So those of you who early today, you remember our really weird, super long fish? We don't know what's going on with it. That's in. For the folks that are new, this is what we call field jacketing or plaster jacketing. So in order to get these fossils safely out of the ground in one piece without them crumbling into a zillion pieces, we have to build a field jacket around them. So we kind of trench around the fossil. That's what Andrew's doing over there with the rock saw. And then we make basically a protective cocoon around it to keep it all in one piece so we can get it safely out of the ground. So nicely done. Fine looking jacket there. Yeah.
It was a little bit quick there for a second.
Yeah. So, and here's another one right here. Around that, dig underneath a little bit, flip it over.
Here, do you want to cut them?
We get this. Carve away some more of the rock. Put another layer on here to fully enclose it in the jacket. And then we can bring it back to the museum. Some of these things are going to be sitting in storage for a while, so it's good to have it completely enclosed so you can keep everything intact. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cases, thank you for explaining. I'm new here. You're welcome. I did that for you, Holly K. Yeah. And the flip, yeah, Special Agent Bob. The flip can be nerve-wracking in certain circumstances. Yeah. Anywho. So this is how we do it. And are we going to see a flip today? I don't know, Ms. Art Rules. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably be flipping some of these jackets. Although that might happen in the morning before I start the stream. We'll see. But I promise you will see a lot of jacket flips this summer. I'm going to be doing a lot of field work and streaming as often as I can. So it's going to be good. And all that plaster probably takes a hot minute to set up. It does, Special Agent Bob, yeah. Yeah. Takes a while to cure. And Special Agent Bob also wanted to know earlier, What would you say is the most anxiety-inducing part about the fossil excavation or cleaning process? Probably the flip. Yeah, having to flip that jacket over. Because if it's not done right, you can get the whole thing just crumbling as you're trying to flip it over. It can all just spill out of the bottom. And that's... Luckily, I've never really had that happen in the field, but man, have I heard stories of that. And you also see that happen on TV with some of these, like, you know, dinosaur digging shows. Oh, cowboys digging dinosaurs. We're gonna sell this and make $1 million. You know, they don't know what they're doing half the time, and they just completely wreck those fossils, and it's heartbreaking to watch. So yeah, and Baseball says, "What are you doing? Where are you going after you finish here? You mean today, or you mean after I'm done here at this site?" Going into my tent, which is nearby. But yeah, when I leave St. George on Saturday, I think, gonna be driving back home to California, and I'll be doing some streams from there for the next week or so from my office back in the San Francisco Bay Area. We'll be going over some fossil news, talking about a few new dinosaurs that have just been published. Might be doing some other interviews with other paleontologists via Zoom and stuff. Doing a lot of Q&A, probably some art, all kinds of stuff. It's gonna be good. Gonna be traveling a little bit at the beginning of May, and I will not on a brief hiatus, but it'll honestly be really nice. I've been incredibly busy lately, and it'll be really good to be able to take some time off for a while. So I guess that's the first time I've been talking about this, but yeah, I am going to be taking a break at the beginning of May. Yeah. Anywho. And Veka, yes indeed, Sloppy Salamander, yes indeed. And Becca Paintmore says, are you working as part of a university? No, I am freelance here. Yeah, I actually make my living through live streaming, believe it or not. This is what I do full time. This is how I pay the bills. So yeah, during the field cruise and collect fossils for different museums in different states and across the country, I guess. Yeah, and then I get to be my own boss, which is pretty awesome. Make my own schedule, go where I want to go. It's pretty good. And it's only because of the generosity of this community that any of that's possible. So thank you, Chad. Yeah. And Montreal Jaquetta says, who is deciding where to dig for the best chances of finding something? We, well, that's a good question. Like, how to explain? I can maybe explain how this site was first found. Yeah, so, let's see. This is about 25 years ago, something like that, around the year 2000, I think. There was a local landowner, an ophthalmologist, I think. His name was Sheldon Johnson. He owned some farmland out here. And one day he was out walking around on his property. Or maybe he was moving some boulders or something with some heavy equipment. I forget what the story was. But he found what he thought was a dinosaur foot sticking out of the ground. And it had been known for a number of years that, like, there are footprints and dinosaur fossils in this region. But he thought that was pretty darn cool. It's like, there's a dinosaur foot sticking out of this rock. And we're paleontologists who heard tell of this. They came to the area and they started fossil footprints too. Sheldon Johnson is kind of a hero in this story because he recognized that this stuff was really scientifically important and he wanted to have it preserved for future generations. Nowadays, there is a museum across the street over there, the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. That's on his property. I think he ended up either selling or donating that land to the city of St. George in order to preserve it, along with a lot of this other land over here too.
Yeah, and so that's kind of how this got started. It was also recognized that there were fossils over here too, way back then, like 20 years ago. So yeah, anywho, the way that we decide where to dig, it's a combination of different things. It depends what you're looking for, you know? Say I want to go out and find the Triceratops. Say that's my goal. How would I go about doing that? Well, you got to think about how old Triceratops is, when it lived on our planet. So that's where you start. You got to find rocks that are slightly older than that. So you look at your geological maps, and you look at where rocks of that particular point in time are available on the surface, where you can go out and look. Satellite images and stuff like that. You figure out where those rocks are exposed, and you go walk around and you look at the ground. You look for bits of bone that are sticking out of the surface, and that gives you a clue, like, oh shoot, the bones are here or there. You dig in, hopefully you find more, and there you go. That's an oversimplification to a certain extent, but yeah. You look at a lot of geological maps and you go out and you prospect. Prospecting is what we call it when we're searching for fossils in the field. You know, with boots on the ground, we're walking along, we're picking up a lot of stuff, and we go, oh, is this? No, that's a rock. And you keep doing that again and again until you find something. Does that make sense? Yeah. And you prospect. There you go, Mirth. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Let me go drink some more of that beverage before I forget it. And make sure I stay hydrated out here. And do you come across geodes often or at all on fossil digs? I have never once found a geode while doing field work. I bet you there's some metamorphosis that's... You gotta have some like heat or pressure or something. That's a guess. I'll be honest with you. If Paleo Jim is here in the chat, he might be able to explain. Yeah, but generally the rocks that we're looking in, if we're looking for dinosaurs, for instance, these are sedimentary rocks. An ancient lake, or a river, or a floodplain, or a swamp, or something like that. Those are not generally the kinds of places where you find geodes. I'm guessing you would find geodes in more tectonically active areas, kind of like where you find gold in the Sierra Nevada. You know, there's a lot going on, a lot of heat, a lot of pressure, stuff coming up from the bowels of the earth. Not the same places where you'd find dinosaur fossils, you know? Hopefully that makes sense. There are so many links in chat. Let me scroll up and try and catch up here. Ever find anything that's museum worthy? Asks Becca Painmore. Absolutely, that's what we're doing here. We're collecting this for the museum. Some of these incredible fishes and stuff are, these are to be scientifically studied and held in the public trust in perpetuity. You know, like we always say here, that belongs in a museum, you know? That's why we're excavating these things.
Living in that environment is really harsh in a way.
Yeah, this is not a particularly pretty looking fossil fish right now.
You know,
we've got some scales right there.
That's what works.
Yeah, this is not the best example.
But,
this one's a little bit better.
I mean, they had issues, you know, the whole communist thing.
Some bits of...
there was still a lot of corruption
fish right here.
Yeah.
So yeah, does that make sense? And... Jordan Size says, what's the best find you've made in your career and why? Oh boy.
And they didn't really know.
That would probably happen. In 2012, I found a skeleton of a horned dinosaur. It's a new species. Pretty excited about that. Hasn't been described yet, hasn't been named yet, but hopefully that happens within the next few years. It's not super high on the priority list for that museum, but yeah, new kind of horned dinosaur. That was pretty exciting. Anytime you can find a critter that's new to science, it's an exciting thing, and I'm pretty proud of that. But I found a lot of other good stuff in the past too. But that probably takes the cake. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, we had another question up here. Can you find dinosaur fossils after an earthquake, says Ms. Art Rules. I'm sure it's possible, but it's not typical. Earthquakes, especially like if you have a big fault scarp that goes like that, you can have a lot of exposed rock that happens afterward. There's actually a site in the area that hopefully I can stream from this calendar year. It's an Ice Age site, so it's from the Irvingtonian land mammal stage, land mammal age of the Pleistocene. And that is, this was once like a river valley. It was once like, this basin there where these rivers were coming through and depositing all of these bones. And then there was a big earthquake along the Hayward Fault, probably, 100,000 years ago, something like that. And it just, part of it went up and part of it went down. And so what used to be a big riverbed, suddenly, part of it's 100 feet in the air and part of it's much lower down than that. And so you've got all of these exposed gravels there with all of these bones of mammoths and ancient camels and horses and saber-toothed cats and things, all preserved there. So yeah, but I don't often hear about that happening with dinosaur fossils, but that's probably just because I'm not really thinking like a structural geologist does. I think a lot of that we see of they might be due to earthquakes. I don't know. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. Special Agent Bob says something like that happened in Europe somewhere, and they were seeing all sorts of fossils not long ago. So yeah, the reason why we can find fossils is because we've got exposed rock on the surface. And so if there are different geological processes that do that, whether it's an earthquake, or whether it's the collapse of a cliff, or whether it's just like normal erosion that happens bit by bit over the years, that's how fossils get exposed in the first place. That's how we discover them. I think a lot of folks, especially here on Twitch, kind of assume that, oh, well, you just dig a pit somewhere and hope for the best, or you use some sort of magical technology, some sort of mystical ground-penetrating radar, or something like that. This is generally not how we do things. There have been a very few isolated cases of using things like equipment to be able to find fossils under very specific circumstances. The exception and not the rule. It's extremely rare to do that kind of thing. Normally, we're just using the good old Mark I eyeball, walking along, looking at the ground, looking for bits of fossil that are exposed on the surface. They're just starting to erode out of the side of a hill or the bottom of a gully or something like that, Yeah. Anywho, yeah. People thinking about it like we're in Minecraft. There you go. That very well might be it, Oralithallium. That's probably a really good point. And Murph wants to know any bivalves or mollusks found here. No, not. Are ostracods mollusks? I forget.
No, they're crustaceans.
Crustaceans, thank you. Hannah says no, ostracods are crustaceans. So yeah. Yeah, no mollusks or bivalves. Nothing. Possible traces of them? Okay, no.
Yeah, it looks like little diamonds.
Okay, nice.
Where their valves were resting.
Gotcha. No body fossils of bivalves or mollusks. Potential traces of them while they were alive. Anywho, yeah. Can't wait for the Mark II update to come out. There you go, special issue. Yeah, might be waiting a while. Contact lenses. No, that's a separate accessory that you can purchase. Yeah. And then bad connection there. Okay, I can move if the connection is bad here. Yeah. We might be wrapping this up pretty soon too. We'll see. Yeah. And give me just a second. Let me go back over there by the dish. If the connection is poor, we'll see if this helps. But Becca Paintmore wants to know if we have to do an investigative report before an excavation. So, to a certain extent, yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got something cool? What do we got here?
Andrew wants you to see this. It's a monster.
It's a monster.
Nice.
Yeah, Dustin found this one.
Dustin, very nice.
So this is the kind of nervous work I told you I hate because it's.
Oh, I didn't realize you were finding something.
Oh yeah, I hate this. It's
Look
so.
at that. What the heck
It's
is
so
going
fragile.
on here? What is this?
And so you're nervous about damaging it.
Yeah.
Could this be Ogo Pogo?
R.I.P. Ogo Pogo, if that's the case.
What? I might shed a tear.
This is amazing, right?
Yeah. More because I'm jealous it wasn't me that found it.
But I wouldn't have found it without you.
Okay.
So that's just silly. Because it really takes every one of us. Danny, if you and I hadn't met sooner, we also wouldn't be doing this. So, I know that sounds weird, but could it be true?
This is an unusual look. Texture.
Really strange,
See
yeah.
the line?
Like marbled meat. It's top sirloin.
You're making me hungry.
Yeah, these were grass-fed fish. They had lives and bills.
I don't know what's going on over here. I think
very convincing, didn't it?
Is that a scale right there?
It could be.
Maybe. Might just be a concretion. Nice. So this kind of reddish stain that we see around this is indicative of, like, often there's a fish there, and this is. It's so weird looking.
Yeah, there's a little bit of bone showing up over here.
Uh huh.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
But we're not getting the like semi-anoded scales, right?
No, not yet.
Could it be a coelacanth?
Oh no.
Oh man, I'd be so excited if it were a coelacanth.
No, it's kind of this like film. I think it's. I don't know.
The coelacanths are these guys, these really cool lobe-finned fishes. Kind of one of your classic ancient fishes like that.
What's funny is from here, this looks like the bottom of the tail and the top of the tail, and this is the jaw.
That's, yeah.
You see what I mean?
The skull in here.
That is the skull in there?
I believe so.
Nice.
It might go under oh, my knee again.
Sources, could we be witnessing a cool new discovery live? You are witnessing a cool new discovery live. Believe it.
Danny, come shoot it from this angle. It's really entertaining.
Yeah. Thanks, Dustin. Yeah, look at that.
Looks like it's still continuing under here.
Huh.
I don't want to dig in any deeper though, so we're probably going to have to go really wide on this.
Sure.
But we need to explore more.
Okay.
Just in case there are more fish together. That would be nice to get a beautiful multiple slab.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That would be something
And it's
else.
encouraging too that this is deeper than some of the areas I was digging earlier. It keeps going. Yeah.
Maybe that's why we haven't been finding much in this area, because we're not digging deep enough. So I think this whole area needs redoing. We need to go further. This is not finished.
Nice. Okay.
I mean, look, there's the nearest fish is like there's one over there.
Yeah.
And there's like nothing out of this corner yet. And then a couple over there. I think they might be a little deeper in here.
So what can you point to anatomically here so far? Just to kind of like, I know it just looks like a big red blob to everybody watching on camera, but
my gut feeling is this is probably the head. In here. And then the trunk of the body. So this might be head. And then it looks like it's continuing under. I can't explain this. You know, sometimes you get some of these stains around them are unusually shaped and they don't really make sense. So they're not necessarily, it's not necessarily a fossil under all of these stains. But I think this is probably the head over here.
Nice.
Kind of towards the butt. What that is, I don't know. But look at those parallel lines on the concretion. Makes me wonder if that's a big fin.
Maybe like the dorsal fin of a coelacanth. I mean, if it were...
Or the anal fin?
Yeah, if it were this right here, that dorsal fin there, that'd be pretty darn cool.
The only thing is why I'm thinking it's probably not coelacanth. But then again, maybe there's more under here. But the coelacanth this side, the bones in the skull are really substantial.
So they'd be sticking up more, you mean there'd be more topography to it?
Yeah, it would be more relief to it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Anyway, right now we have a big stain with some mystery animal dead inside it. Dead inside of it, which is kind of fun.
Yeah.
This is a good one, Dustin.
Huzzah! It takes the team, right?
Exciting. And it's so encouraging that like the stuff might be just we're not digging deep enough yet.
Jeff's sleeping on them.
Yeah, really. We see that because Jeff Martz is literally sleeping over here on the quarry floor last night. He didn't want to bring a tent or anything, so.
Say, keep it up, you'll be sleeping with the fish.
There you go, yeah. Nice. And Holly K says, so what is the stain exactly? It's an indication that there's probably a fish.
We're going to wash it out with Tide.
It's definitely a dead animal.
Yeah.
Put it that way. Well, there's bone over here. There's like some little bits of bone in the rock.
Tide was a water joke.
But there's not much showing, which is best. So seeing little bone is much better. And that means the fossil is nice and safe.
So that means we can get it back to the laboratory and just clean it up, and it should be pristine underneath.
Yeah,
if we're lucky.
Exactly.
Yeah. Awesome. Shoot.
Oh man, just imagine if we see like a big pronged tail over here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, there's more stuff going under here. Ew, what the hell?
Oh, and hang on. We've got Fossil Preparator in chat. That is Steve Clausen, who's the professional preparator at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. And he says, my offer above his rule with city permission, I'd absolutely take a couple of those on. So I've seen him work on Green River fishes live on stream. This man knows what he's doing.
We have over 60 fish now from just this one level.
Shoot.
And counting. We're going to get many more. I think by the time we're done this pit, we should have a couple of hundred. So yeah, we need all the help we can get.
Yeah. So yeah, Steve, get in contact with us.
Dustin,
yeah.
Can you bring me some small paintbrushes? Yeah. Thank you.
Because yeah, we've got mostly semi-anodid fishes here, but this might be something different.
Paleoniscoid found this morning too.
Yeah, Paleoniscoid, nice.
Yeah. That's a really nice one.
Yeah.
And they're really rare here.
Super, super cool.
So, who was it again?
Steve Clausen.
Steve?
Yeah.
Is Steve interested in maybe giving one of these a go?
Yeah, he totally is.
Okay. What am I doing?
Yeah, let's make it happen, Steve. That sounds really cool. Yeah.
So you can see the concretion.
Starting to feel like we're just way out of time.
Okay, I gotta be careful there.
I don't want some finer tools like a.
Yeah, finer.
Like this,
an awl or
a broken screw.
That smaller paintbrush is made. No problem.
Oh shoot, where did mine go? I had a really good hog's hair brush over here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Denver Fowler gave me this one.
You love this paintbrush.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Camel hair? Nice. Dinosaur says, how much will Andrew be willing to uncover for this specimen before digging the entire thing out? He's trying to find the edges of it right now. So that's what this is about in the moment.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh. What's that?
That's a scale.
It is a scale.
Huh.
Oh, my lens is filthy.
Here, I might have a
Then again,
glasses
so
wipe.
am I. Oh, what's that?
I might have a glasses wipe in here. Hang on.
Yeah, it's a little late. I think I'm wearing this lens out from all the grit on my clothes and rocks on. Well,
yeah,
that's the semi-anoded scale.
Oh, okay. So we've got a really big semi-anoded in here.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is.
Uh-huh.
So again, I'm thinking this is still the skull.
Uh-huh.
This could be it. Well, we need to see how much further this goes. Wouldn't that be cool if the skull's still under here and that's the dorsal fin?
That would be enormous. That'd be the biggest one yet, right?
It would be.
So semi-anoded.
Whatever this is, it's pretty good size.
Something like this. Yeah. So one of these cool armored fishes, and we're getting a big raid from the GN Marley. Thank you for bringing all your viewers in. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to St. George, Utah. I'm here with the curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew Milner here.
Yep.
And
good to have you guys here.
Yeah. We're here at this emergency excavation site, trying to get out whatever we can before the city bulldozes this and turns it into an electrical substation. We've got some incredible fossil fishes here. This one Dustin just found just a little while ago, and it's turned into something really, really cool.
That looks like a piece of a premaxilla, but I can't find it. It's the top of the bone. So those are the bones that go up the snout of a semi-anoded. So it's the very top end.
So that would be right here along the top of the snout.
Frontal, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the teeth on the very end of it, but it's pretty smashed. It would have been nice to have, but oh well. We got a bunch of them. Make that go.
You do like fossils, don't you?
No, I mean, I could take them or leave them, you know, in the San Francisco Bay Area.
You guys sure seem like you like fossils an awful lot.
And I've just been hanging out here for years, wasting my time.
You guys are really into this.
I don't know. I guess I've devoted my life to this kind of thing, just, you know, because whatever.
Can't believe this quarry doesn't have Wi-Fi.
it literally there. Anyway, do you want some finer tools? I've got really fine awl and an oyster knife here. Got some other oyster knives.
Is Jim on?
Don't tell Don DeBlue, no.
Okay. Maybe if Jim is on, maybe he can pass the word on that I'm about to use an oyster knife.
Jim is definitely on.
In the field.
Jim was here earlier, but I don't know if he's watching right now.
He is. Hi, Jim.
Oh, Death Sources, they went extinct because they didn't have Wi-Fi.
Okay, this is getting pretty solid back in here.
Is this area wide enough for your liking, or do you want more?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay.
At the moment.
What's interesting, actually, is that maybe semi-anotids were just a really, really good source of food for dinosaurs, because we've got these theropods coming in here and eating them. We know that from their teeth.
Oh, they were delicious.
And then we have spinosaurids that evolved, and they were eating semi-anotids too, presumably.
Yes.
And then when semi-anotids go extinct, for the most part, I don't know if they go completely extinct in like the middle Cretaceous, but spinosaurids go extinct at the same time.
They do.
So
early Cretaceous is, I think, the latest of semi-anotids.
Okay, yeah, things like Lepidotes and Schienstia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like
anyway, it is pretty neat. So the wear patterns on the teeth of the theropods are just so interesting. They're so similar to all the junk teeth that you see at rock shows. So all these tons of Spinosaurus teeth that people are getting rid of, selling really cheap instead of perfect teeth.
Those are so much cooler.
Perfect teeth are so rare because maybe those teeth weren't used properly.
Like if they're used properly, they should have all kinds of wear on them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and if you look at the teeth, you see the wears, all the gum line are gone. And same with the tips, the ends of the teeth are really round. These theropods here.
And it seems like you're insinuating that they had poor oral hygiene. They did not take good care of their teeth.
Yeah,
maybe it was a
semi-anoid, probably
buck-tooth
big one
spinosaur,
too. So that's probably the skull at the far end.
So it wasn't used.
And then, just seeing how far it goes right now.
Is this where we were earlier?
It was. It's just a little bit deeper. I know. We've been here all morning not finding anything, and we're just.
It looks like the fossils are deeper over here.
Yeah, which is good to know. Slightly frustrating that we didn't know that this morning, but it's always tomorrow. Yeah.
Not for me.
Oh yeah. Here?
Yeah.
How did that? Just in a whole plate.
I wonder if we're getting near the end here.
I don't know.
Here, what was Steve saying here? So he's on Denver Fowler's crew during the summers. He says, we go through probably a dozen oyster knives per season.
Oh, wow.
I prefer bayonets. They last longer and have a bit more versatility.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had this $20 crappy tire, Canadian Tire knife. I had it for years. I had it since the mid-'80s. And I would use it for digging all the time, and it just lasted forever.
Nice.
Unfortunately, it went missing earlier this year.
Bet you could find it on eBay.
I had a gas, one of the rocks all rolled over my car, and I had gasoline all over a tarp, and I was at a foundation meeting, and I used it to weigh down my tarp to let all the gasoline dry out, and I forgot it.
Oh,
and it was gone. Anyway, it was at
So you had it for 20 years?
Yeah. And all my small tools too, so my big container of all my
what is that?
all my little special stuff. Oh yeah, you got into something.
Oh yeah.
Pull out your screwdriver.
I don't even know who put that screwdriver in there.
It looks like you can see a little thin bone in the middle. It's not terribly exciting yet. Oh yeah, there's something there. Huh? There's a big flat bone in this. That could be a skull bone from a fish.
Shoot, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure we don't chuck that one.
Probably not.
I'm really not trying to find any more fish, I promise.
Yeah. something tells me we're nearing the end here. But what's going on here, Dustin?
It's your quarry.
Don't ask me, I just work here.
I mean, it belongs to all of us.
Oh, cool. Watching it being discovered on Earth live is what I was hoping to see. There you go. Yeah.
It feels very casual. Welcome to the party.
See, this is why you stick around even toward the end of the stream. You never know when something exciting is going to happen.
I think we're getting to the end of it. It's just this end, though.
Huh. See how far that snoot goes?
Oh, you're braver than I am.
Exploded skull bone of the fish. I think we're pretty much at the end here.
Yeah, cut it. You babysit it tonight and cut it out tomorrow.
That's right. Jeff could sleep here and guard it.
He'll just commune with it until he drifts off.
Dreaming of armored fishes.
See the bench brew?
Cosmological Kev says, just watching people who are so dedicated to what they do is so amazing to me. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty neat. That's a good one. This looks really finny, though. Doesn't it to you?
It does, yeah. Like, I almost feel like there's fin rays, like the striations there. They don't.
Oh, wow. It's 6:15 already?
Yeah.
Who knew? And there's still people hanging out.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Again, that's dedication there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it looks like Jeff has been shopping. Oh, no, that's trash. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do for dinner tonight.
Can we get a close-up on the visible structures? Yeah, Starman, let's...
There's a little bit of bone right there, Danny.
Bone right there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
There's
and
not
then
a lot of bone showing.
Weird finny thing. Might be deceptive, but it...
Oh, there's the scale over here.
That scale?
But the idea is to cut it out, take it to the lab, and then start pulling the layers off so as not to damage the best parts of her.
That kind of red splotch there is just a hint that, like, there's a fish here. So we're just trying to find the edges of it. Then we can cut it out and bring it back to the lab, and that's where the real careful work starts. We don't want to do that in the field, and you mess things up. You do it under controlled laboratory conditions with all your proper tools and dust collection and everything else. Yeah.
As I'm messing with it. Yeah.
I'm glad you get the opportunity to actually work on a fish in the ground too, Andrew. I feel like you've been too busy with administrative stuff and
rock sawing.
And,
well, I guess I'm messing with the fish then, but
yeah, but not like, you know,
getting my nose to it.
Yeah,
so much better.
No, he keeps trying to, but like 10 minutes, he's got to get up and go again.
Exactly. Yep. And I do have more rock sawing to do tonight, so I guess I can start with this one too.
Okay.
Wake up the neighbors.
Yep. Make Jeff's quarry all nice and dirty.
Well, plenty of silica dust to breathe in while he's sleeping.
It's good for you.
Oh, this is premium breathable silica.
Yeah, that's a nice one. So they're just a little deeper.
Just a little deeper. That's really good information.
Oh man, there's so much rock here. Look at all this rock.
Yeah. So like this whole area, it's all fair game now.
Yeah.
Could be fish underneath all of this.
We got one from here. We got one there.
Okay.
But that's pretty much it. Another one there. This is not producing much.
Uh-huh.
one there, 2 over there.
So we're just digging too high.
Yeah, there's lower stuff too. There's a lot of rock still.
Yeah.
Many fish await.
So many fish, so little time.
Well, thank you.
Anything yet over there, Melissa?
Lots of.
Okay, yeah. Some promising little bits of things, potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Organic stuff preserved. It's a good sign that, like, despite this.
Hunter, come check this one out. This one's pretty cool. Look at the structure too.
What is that?
Is that the fin?
Assume the Kirkland. That's a ship.
Assume the Kirkland position.
I don't know.
Do the Kirkland.
I don't know if those lines are just. I can't tell if that's just the concretion that's fractured that way or something.
Yeah, who knows, right?
I think it's dead, guys.
But it's pretty much all still in.
An astute observation.
Oh, what? Thank you.
It is indeed dead.
I think we almost need to get down to this level around here to see if there's any more around.
Yeah.
You know, this could be our big trophy block of 5 beautifully spaced fish with a coelacanth in the middle. You never know.
That'd be really cool. Have kind of a Last Supper tableau going with the coelacanth in the middle. All these other fish around the table.
Yeah. That would be sweet. Or a dead pterosaur.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah, that would be even better.
Try Tylodon Judas next to him.
Yeah, can always dream. But it's kind of weird. My dreams have mostly been just fish scale, fish scale, fish scale.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
I'm going to leave you guys to it.
All right, Dustin. Well done, sir.
Yeah, good find.
It's the shovel that found it. It's all that shoveling.
The shovel found it?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, one of my moderators is letting us know. I think she's looking at weather. There is some rain heading our way, probably in a few hours. So.
Things seem to be covered for rain, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to tarp over some stuff.
Yeah, don't let that get wet. Please.
How are we doing on Jack? I guess these guys, it looks like Teresa and Hunter are ready.
Most of the stuff is top jacketed over there, I think. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and then there's these 2 that we're supposed to get done, but that didn't happen.
And AB Dance 3.
So many fish.
Wish I was in the area to come help. Well, we appreciate the thought, thank you. Most favorite thing I've done in my life is helping with the excavation of a 3,000-year-old burial site while studying abroad in Palau. Very cool. It's in the South Pacific, right? Little island nation. That's really, really cool. Yeah, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
I know that song.
And here, hang on a second, chat. You got something on your face. Let me wipe that off. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Yeah. And Casey Snowart says we're getting snow tonight in Denver. It's blowing over the Rockies, I think. Oh boy. Hopefully we don't get too much rain tonight because there's a lot of stuff here that this is probably safe. Like the water is going to drain into that trench. Probably same here. But that new fish there, I'd be nervous about. We got to make sure we cover that over really nice. Yeah. And stay warm out there, Danny and crew. Thank you for breaking out the big wool blanket tonight. Yeah. Gravity. Yeah. Look at that trench. Holy cow. Nicely done.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you. I was trying to go deep. I wanted to make sure it was enough.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Textbook.
And you can see the fin really well right now. I'm gonna go grab glue to put more on it.
Nice, nice.
How many people are watching right now?
We've got 592 right now.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of praise for your trench as well.
Aw, well, thank you guys.
Yeah.
I watched your show last night and I
you
joined
did?
Twitch yesterday.
Oh, wonderful. That's fantastic. Thank you. I'm flattered.
Well, hello, Twitch people.
Yeah.
You guys were really entertaining to watch all the comments last night, and I'll watch them all again tonight.
Nice. Okay. You coming back tomorrow as well?
I am sadly not, but I will be here next Wednesday and Thursday.
Very nice. Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much for your help.
Will you still be here?
I will be leaving on Saturday, it looks like. Yeah. Yeah. But I'll be probably bugging Andrew throughout the week, calling him up and asking for updates and stuff. So,
nice.
Yeah. Try to do that daily when I stream Monday through Thursday.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Can I do a shout out to my family real quick?
Please, yeah.
Okay, I want to say hi to my mom and dad and my sisters. I have Angie, April, Amber, Autumn, and me. And they're awesome and I love my family a lot. And the whole Goldston clan on my husband's side is phenomenal as well. And my kids, if I didn't mention them, they would be really sad. John and Rand are awesome kids. But anyways, thank you guys and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, yeah. And can we put the link in the chat so that way you can click that and you can share it?
Ooh, that's amazing. Thank you. I'm going to learn all about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all your help.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Nice. And would you mind clipping that real quick? Those shout outs there, Claire. Yeah. Yeah, and then put the clip in the chat so that when she goes through the VOD, she can find it. Yeah, and thank you, Casey Snowart. Excellent. Yeah. Here, let's figure out what's going on. Paleontologist over there. Yeah, cool stuff. Let's see. Let me get her name real quick too, Claire. Because I've been learning so many names recently, I keep forgetting individual people. Yeah. Sorry, can we get your name too so we can label the clip properly?
I'm Allison Goldston.
Allison, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, mods are working on getting that clip. So if you check out the video on demand afterward, you'll see it there in the chat. You can just click it.
That's really awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
that
thank you.
That helps a ton.
Yeah. Yeah, and somebody was asking, where is the elite paleontologist? He's right there. That's curator Andrew Milner. Article it was, but they said elite paleontologist Andrew Milner.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, heard above your desk or something like that. Where's this big star for being an elite? I guess we got to work on that, chat. Maybe we can get that get that together. Anyhow, I think it might be about time for me to wrap up this stream because I'm afraid my battery might be on its way out. Let's see here. Yeah, I have to recharge that battery pack overnight. But yeah. And never fast enough with clips. No, it's really important to get the edges clean, Claire. Those are the best clips, or the well-edited ones. Yeah. And Nell says, love Andrew's Spino shirt. It's a good one. Yeah, very appropriate for this site. Yeah. Oh well, dead battery. Well, waiting. The battery's not dead, is it? No, we're good. Yeah, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Appreciate your attention and your enthusiasm and your good questions and your support for this project and for these live streams, too. It means a lot to me. The whole reason I'm out here is to help out with this project, and being able to share that with all of you makes me feel like I'm really making a difference. That's important to me. And yeah, we're gonna find somebody else, hopefully doing some science on Twitch, to read into here. And yeah, I'll be streaming again tomorrow, hopefully from the same time. Wish us luck. We won't get too. And yeah, let's see who else is live on Twitch at the moment. To watch, following. Who have we got? Let's see, it is Thursday evening, right? Scrolling. Let's go right into Hoot House livestream, actually. They're doing a charity drive. So we'll do that. My channel, chat. Raid. Hoot House. Livestream. We'll go check out some owls, shall we? And it worked. Beautiful. Okay. Twitch app is working. I'm happy about that. Thank you, everybody, for everything today. I'll be streaming again live from the site tomorrow. And I hear Jerry Harris might actually be here tomorrow, too, who is one of the authors of the big book on this site. He's done a lot of work with the museum, and I've never met him before. I'm excited to. Heard he's a good guy, and should be really cool having him on camera. So, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go check out some owls over at Hoot House Livestream. Big thank you to the mods for helping out with today's stream. Really appreciate that, mods. Couldn't do this without you. And everybody who's donated, everybody who's subscribed, you are essential, and I want you to know how much that means to me. Thank you. All right. I'll see everybody later. Let's go see some owls. All right. Bye-bye.